Oh, what's going on, everybody? What's going on? Good morning, good night, depending on where you are. How's everybody doing? Come on in here. We got some things to discuss. Come into the chat. Say hello. I'm gonna make sure I lock down some of this stuff a little bit. How's everyone doing? Hope everyone's doing okay. I had a good day, a good evening, and or good morning, depending on where you are. Could be morning, be night, could be a night owl like I am. I'm a night owl. I'm just up late. Oh man, did y'all really think I would let this entire day go by without doing a live stream? We got to talk about what happened today. Tyler Robinson with the court. You got members of the media violating court orders because laws are laws and they don't understand what they're doing. And I've spoken on the motion or the order, rather, the standing order that was violated. Because someone feels like we need to see Tyler Robinson's feet shackled. Can you? It makes no sense. You talk about people who claim to be members of the press that also don't understand how laws work or court orders. You can't make this stuff up. And they wonder why the judge this is why both the prosecutors and the defendants are now being a lot more hesitant about hearings being recorded. This is a highly, publicized murder trial. It's gonna, people are gonna want to see the coverage. Erica Kirk wants it, but you can't go in there and violate court orders. Then you have to have contempt hearings like today, and then that delays the overall murder trial in and of itself. And then when these, clowns start getting sanctioned and fined and found in contempt of an order, then they're gonna run around talking about, oh, it's not fair. You're trying to limit free speech. No, they're trying to preserve a case at this point. Because the defense could delay this even further and file a motion to transfer to a different jurisdiction because they don't feel like they're going to get a fair hearing in this one. So that's going to push it back. There's so many things that could come out of violating a standing order that's standard in any hearing, whether you're talking about a civil or criminal matter. There's so many things that could go wrong with that. All because, somehow the member of the press is starting to feel like their entitlement to something should override a court order, which is as good as law. You can't make this stuff up. Come in here. I'm fussing. What's going on, Miriam? How you doing? How's it going? Hope everybody's doing well. So I foresaw this happening, which is why I covered it previously in a separate video. I'm trying to get up a thumbnail, but you just stuff like that you just can't make up. You just can't make this stuff up. Y'all come on up in here. Oh, that's good. I'm glad you're doing good. Shout out to my moms. Shout out to the members, the supporters. This weekend I will be chopping down these live streams. Wednesday night we were live for 8 hours. 8 hours. I appreciate you, Miriam. Thank you. We was live for almost 8 hours, y'all. So there was no way I was gonna let this whole day go by though without covering this Candace video and the fact that she doesn't understand the word stop, because words are hard for her. And the actual hearing that occurred today. I'm gonna cover the murder trial. I'm gonna cover the Macron lawsuit when that starts moving through the court. So I'm going to be covering it. And I've already gone over a motion, I think 2 motions and an order that's already filed with the case. And I went over it about a month ago. So let me pull this up. So first thing we're going to do, we're going to start with the actual appearance, the court appearance today that occurred. That was to address, it was a motions hearing, and one of those motions being, a violation of an order, standing orders in the court regarding decorum of the court, how the members of the press should operate and conduct themselves in the court is standard. You can go on the court's website. Those orders are standard and apply in any case where the members of the press are allowed in the courtroom. This is a criminal investigation. This is a criminal trial, a murder trial at that, and a very highly publicized murder trial. We want the coverage, but if you can't use wisdom and understand that just certain things should not be done, like violating a court order, this is why the judge and both the prosecutor and defense attorneys are saying this is why we need to cut down on, the members of the media being in here, because they're doing dumb things and they're not even reading court orders. No one needs to see his feet shackled. Why is that worthy of someone violating an order? They're not even using wisdom to determine whether or not it's something that the public needs to see in the first place. That doesn't help the trial. Looking at video footage of his feet shackled, and you risk violating the order, recording a hearing where they should not have been recording. It's so stupid. Shout out to Artie Trolls. We were in the live stream for Law and Crime. Law and Crime was actually live streaming the hearing. I caught like the first 10 minutes of it. I didn't watch the entire thing because I think it's like 4 hours. But shout out to Artie Trolls. He and I were in the chat. We had a good time. So shout out to him. Let's get to ABC News. I'm trying to make sure I don't want print screen of this. Because he was allegedly smiling. He's smirking here. If y'all can see, he's smirking. Because for some reason this is fun for him. And it's stuff like this you can't make up. It's just some evil in the world that is unexplainable. I mean, it's just evil. So, you just can't make these things up. So a lot of stuff that, that you are going to see in this hearing, I've seen defendants worse than this. And that's just because I love watching anything regarding, court hearings, interrogations, police body cam. My godmother is a retired federal judge. So my interest in the law, has been there for years. So it's kind of innate in me. And I've seen defendants representing themselves after having committed familicide and having taken out their own children. And they represent themselves and make a complete mockery of the court. And just evil on 1,000. So you're going to have evil people that are going to do evil things. So when you're watching these hearings, you got to remember this person is an evil person. For him to be able to smile at any point in time and show no remorse at all for a life that he took, that he did not have the authority and should not have even contemplated taking. You got to just keep that at the forefront. And this is how this is how they are. It is evil and soulless. They don't care. So what we want is the facts of the case that can be released to the public to be released to the public. I don't want it to be where the judge decides to kick out all members of the press. Erica Kirk doesn't want that. But we do want the members of the press to read the damn court orders, especially establishing decorum, to understand what they can and cannot do, because laws and court rules are the same across the board. The law should be impartial and non-biased. So the same way people are adamant about watching this murder trial here, understand people should show the same interest in any other murder trial. A life is a life. But don't do anything to keep throwing a defense towards the defendant and making their case easier by going in and violating a standing order, and you claim to be a member of the press. It's stupid. It doesn't help, and it's going to delay the actual trial, because this is a hearing that had to occur today, and it should not have had to occur. Their motions hearings, many of them, we might not really know what's going on inside of the court hearing. because some of the stuff the defendant and the prosecutors are going to want to have redacted or even sealed. So those hearings have to exclude the media either way. But that's to preserve the trial overall so that we can get this evidence in front of the jury and they can deliberate with an impartial view and not have this bias thrown in front of them because they're seeing videos of things being posted that occurred in the damn courtroom in the hearing. Don't fuck it up for everybody. That's my whole thing. Can't make this stuff up. All right, y'all, let me get some more comments in. What's going on, Miriam? Appreciate you. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys for tuning in. I know it's late, but I'm up. Might as well. What's going on, No Reply? How you doing, honey? Good to see you too. Do you see Candace saying a 30-06 round can't be stopped by a human that is hit in the neck? Well, MLK was hit in the neck by 30-06 and the round stayed in his body. Yeah, because Candace doesn't understand how science works, bullets works, gun works, the military works. Anything dealing with laws, constitutional rights, harassment, defamation, slander, and libel, malice, intent. She doesn't understand the definition of the word evidence, truth, facts, common sense, logic. She doesn't, a lot of stuff just goes over her head. She's just saying, y'all understand, she's saying this stuff because for her, this is a PR stunt. This is a PR stunt. She's already said she does not care about the investigation. So for her to keep trying to talk about the evidence related to an investigation or lack thereof, it's baffling to me when she doesn't care. She's already said, I don't care about this investigation. So why talk about the gun and the bullet? That's what's so crazy. She's such a hypocrite. And I'm going to keep calling her out on that because Candace, you can kiss my ass. And I heard you went raw and nasty today. You went real devil mode. Candace is the seed of Chucky. I don't expect anything better from her, to be honest. But I'm just shocked that it's getting worse. And like I've said before, time and time again, if Erica Kirk were to respond, I've been saying for weeks, she should respond with an attorney. Candace is the type of person you can't just say, so I don't know why, anyone, I didn't believe her when she said she was just going to stop if Erica Kirk and George said so. No. George ain't saying nothing. And Erica Kirk said stop twice. Not stop lying, stop. Candace doesn't care. So hit ass with a lawsuit. I mean, I just, at this point, the Macrons are still showing us how it's done. And it doesn't make any sense. The one penalty that she should be getting that would put her in check a little bit more than what's happening now, and that's not being explored. It's getting out of hand. I don't think at some point Erica Kirk is not going to have a choice. That's why, hence the title, the cease and desist. Erica Kirk, skip the letter, girl. Just go straight to a lawsuit. Don't forget she disseminated your husband's medical information from that hospital that was given to her illegally in violation of HIPAA privacy laws. She never got your consent. So she could still be held liable for that because she's not above the rule of law either. Can't make this stuff up. All right, y'all. Let's get to it. Succeeding. What's going on? How you doing? I haven't seen you in a minute. You good? I did not get an alert. Let me show you all. Make sure you guys are please turning on all notifications. So if you are subscribed, once you subscribe, hit the button and then go to the drop down. It's going to default. Y'all see how personalized is highlighted? That's the default measure for YouTube, which is ridiculous. Most people don't even get 20% of alerts. So make sure you switch it to all. Once you subscribe, then do the drop down for notifications, select all. That way you get all the notifications. But I'm not going to subscribe to agencies. Not that I don't like them. I don't need to subscribe to them. The videos come up either way, depending on the topic. So yeah, make sure you guys do that drop down option. And we're going to get to it because I got a couple milk bar videos. Ami did a new video. Candace is still an idiot. So we're going to get to all of this. So I wanted to make sure I get you guys comments in. I see a super. What's going on, March on? $10 super. Thank you. Just wanted to take a moment to thank you for educating us, helping us to see the truth with grace, and yes, some sass thrown in there for good measure. Thank you, Miss LLC. Well, thank you so much, Marsha. I appreciate that $10 super. That's a blessing. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And I'm gonna keep continuing. I'm gonna keep on doing it. And like I said, I have a video where I've already covered, what occurred, the motions that were addressed, and the order that was addressed in the hearing today. We're about to get to that video. No reply said the fact MLK a text is that a text. Am I reading it right? 30-6 round did enter MLK's neck shoulder area, travel through the body, and was retained, not exiting, meaning there was no exit wound. So I believe the autopsy. I mean, I studied science and medicine, worked in hospitals. I rather believe science and an autopsy than to believe anything Candace is saying. At this point, Candace is a complete joke, and no one should take anything she says seriously unless it's defamatory, and then you can put that in a complaint. Like that's to the extent to that. Don't take it seriously unless you're suing her. Because she's not giving facts. She's not even Googling this information. She talks about JFK, but she doesn't talk about MLK or any other case where someone was shot with a 30-6 and there was no exit wound. And Artie Trolls has a great video where he actually pulled up, other cases where a 30-6 was used. I think he pulled up at least 2 or 3 cases and there was no exit wound, and it affected the cervical spine. So information is out there. She's not going to read it and look it up if it doesn't fit her moot point because she's a cult leader. So, I mean, she just wants people to believe what she says and not actually use the brain and read or anything. I never, that's how I can go in on Candace because I don't take her seriously. The only time I do take her seriously when she's violating the law, like committing cyber crimes. Can't make this up. She is just absolutely evil today. They don't what the is it beer or something? Speak of decorum. However, Robinson, he was highly inappropriate. Yeah, the smiling thing is just disgusting. But I mean, you're talking about someone that was evil and soulless enough to take a life, and then goes to Dairy Queen. Like he's just disturbing. He did not. Okay, I don't know what that means. What are you talking about? He shot nobody. What are you talking about? I feel sorry for his parents. Yeah, I mean, luckily his parents, did the right thing by turning him over, and they didn't try to do like some parents would do and just try to mask and hide the fact that the son was involved in something that's, a murder. It's a crime. And then try to protect him and try to make excuses for him, because that's the worst thing to me. As a parent, I teach my kids, I have your back all day, but when you're wrong, you're wrong. And whatever consequence comes with that, you're going to have to pay the price like anyone else. But I'll defend you and protect you all day when you're innocent. But if you do something wrong, mama's going to correct you on that, because I love my kids and I don't want them to end up in prison for the rest of their life. So I'm glad that they did not take that route trying to defend him. I'm just, because video evidence is a thing in here on Earth in this reality. So shout out to Linda Walker. I'm here working on a report and listening in. Okay, cool beans. We got some, what's so crazy? Candy ass cult members, I'm going to give you all a public service announcement again. I don't care what any of you think or feel. Please understand, you entering into the LLC at your own risk. I don't care how you think or feel about this, because they can't produce evidence to save their life. All right. So unless the comments are, racial slurs or just complete derogatory or, blasphemous, we don't do cult worship in here. I don't speak cult. Candace is not God. She's not close to it. She's not Jesus Christ, none of that. So I don't do blasphemy. But Most times they're just gonna copy and paste the same old dumb stuff. So, all right, y'all, let's get to it. Let's get to it. 65 people watching. Hit the dang on like button. Hit the like button. You hear? Candy ass cult members, they come in here. They watch. Even if they say they leaving, they come right back because of reasons. They know I don't give a damn. How do you feel? But I'm gonna be honest about that. So put a one in the chat when you all can see it, see and hear. This is ABC7. Let's get to it.
Suspect charged with murdering conservative activist Charlie Kirk making his first in-person court appearance today. At the defense table with his lawyers, 22-year-old Tyler Robinson wearing a dress shirt, dress pants, and a striped tie, and smiling at times. In Robinson's previous court dates, he appeared remotely from jail, his first time wearing an anti-suicide
Hey,
vest.
shout out to my mom.
Tyler James Robinson.
In October, the defense had argued and the judge ruled Robinson would be allowed to wear regular civilian clothes and not a jail uniform to prevent potentially prejudicing future jurors.
The presumption of innocence outweighs the minimal inconvenience of permitting civilian attire.
The judge also ruled the media can't show any of Robinson's restraints. Now, a new push to further limit media access. Robinson's legal team and the Utah County Sheriff's Office have asked the judge to ban cameras in the courtroom during trial. Charlie Kirk was shot while speaking at Utah Valley University on September 10th. Kirk was in the middle of debating a student about gun violence when Robinson allegedly fired a shot from a roof 100 yards away in front of more than 300 spectators. Robinson has not entered a plea. He could face the death penalty if convicted.
So this next one, that was the video. It was not that long because I want to make sure I get in Candace's new show, and she did a whole hour. So I did a video about this order regarding the cameras and certain documents being redacted or even sealed altogether. And shout out to Andrea Burkhart. It's on her Substack. She literally has all of the court documents, motions, pleadings, everything that's been filed, the protection order. She has all of that on her Substack. So I got that information from her Substack. Make sure you all check out this video. This was done 4 weeks ago. That's a month ago. And I did this for a reason. Because if you understand the law and the art of journalism, you could probably foresee something like this happening where you have a member of the press and they have a media group that was named in the motion that has been thus far permitted in to record the hearing. So it's not everybody. It's a selected group of individuals that have permission from the court. And one of these stunkheads recorded during a hearing that should not have been recorded and captured his feet in shackles or something to that extent. Something stupid that the jury will not care about. And I went over that information in this video here. Let me share the link so you guys can go watch it. It's 3 documents I go over in detail. Also, Andrea Burkhart covers it. She's an actual attorney, so she covers it as well. I listen to attorneys if I want to get, a full understanding. Even at times, if I text my godmother and ask her a general question or something, nothing specific, but just general questions, she'll provide information. And then I just, in my research, try to get an understanding of what these court orders should be interpreted as, or should, what people should be getting out of these court documents. Court orders are as good as law. So one of the documents spoke on the media being in the court and having some decorum. And this is the video. It says new motions in Tyler Robinson's case might silence Candace Owens. I mean, she said she was going to violate a gag order that she didn't even produce that had her name in it. So, but I did it because this is something that I foresaw happening. You have way too many people talking about having some level of entitlement to every little thing that's going on without thinking about preservation of the evidence, not tainting the jury pool, Because that's the same thing we sit here and talk about with Candace. Her throwing out lies and stupid conspiracy theories leading to the jury pool being tainted. Well, that can happen from the press that are in there recording things they shouldn't be recording or things that are irrelevant. Why would we ever need to see, here's the standing decorum order effective October 30th, 2025. And you all can see here, let me take down this. This is my video. So I have, I was live streaming this information. But you guys can see here, I went over that order. State of Utah versus Tyler James Robinson. This is the name of that order. These standing orders like this are standard orders that apply to any case where there is a media presence recording the hearing, civil or criminal. In general, you can actually go on a court website and this order, the standard order will come up for the decorum of the court. This is imperative because if you get in there and do something you should be doing and you violate this order, you can be held in contempt. And now you have this push from the defense attorneys and even based on what's being presented from the prosecutors to have either a limitation on what is covered by members of the press and to have certain information in the case docket or pleadings and motions and certain documents altogether either being redacted or sealed. There has to be some level of integrity with this case. So if you get in there and you record something, you release it to the public, which was the dumbest thing for this person to do, then you're putting the case at risk of having information put out that should not be put out. Because one, prosecutor doesn't want to give the defense a leg up. And two, it can introduce bias. And that makes it harder for the jury. The same principle applies with Candace and her stupid ass conspiracy theories. Don't F up the case because you want to go in and say, I'm a member of the press. The public has the right to know. We don't need to know that his feet are shackled or that he has regular clothes on versus an orange jumpsuit. I don't care what he's wearing. I want the evidence to be presented so we can get the bad guy off the street. We don't need it to lead to a point where attorneys are filing motions for the case to be transferred to another jurisdiction because they feel their client is not going to get due process. I want this to be where it will be laughable if the defense tries to file an appeal. Let's say it gets to the trial, jury finds him guilty. And then, of course, the sentencing, they determine, he should be put to death. They can file an appeal for all of this. They have the right to do that. But don't make it easy for them to make fair arguments that could potentially lead to either the case itself being declared a mistrial or them possibly winning an appeal. This is where this whole so-called, entitlement crosses the line and makes it harder now for this legal process to flow in the court of law where it belongs. And I go over this information for that very reason. So if the same, concept applies with Candace Owens and her conspiracies, it should apply to the members of the press that are going into that courtroom and recording anything. If you don't understand the order to that media group, you don't understand the order, you have an attorney representing all of you all. Get the attorney to read the damn order and break it down so you can know what to do and not to do. Because otherwise, you're handing the defense a plausible reason to actually appeal and maybe get an overturning of the rule. And for what? Video footage of his feet or his clothes. You can't make this up. So talk about irritating. It was so irritating when I saw this video earlier. I was like, what the hell? And then, I'm not even going to speak to the fact that they could be held in contempt, because if they violate the court order, that's exactly what should happen to them. Good journalists don't sit here and think they're above the law or above the rule of law. You can challenge certain aspects when it comes to freedom of the press, free speech, and expression, but not at the behest of the case being tainted even the more than it already is. So either you're understanding the actual order or you're bad at this and you should not be a journalist. You should not be a member of the press. And you certainly should not be given permission to go in that courtroom and record a damn thing if you can't do it responsibly. So that's that. Make sure you guys check out this video so you can understand the information. I already covered it. This video was like, it was over 3 hours long. You can't make this up. All right, let's get to some Milk Bar.
Butterfly.
Milk Bar dropped 2 videos since we last went live. So I'm going to drop the link to the videos here. And we're going to get to some comments right quick. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Hit the like button. You know, I'm up. Y'all are up. Hit that like button while you're here. I got 2 Milk Bar videos back to back, and I'm so excited. Oh, man. Shout out to Milk Bar. We are going to try to get, I had to work today too. I have a regular job, but we are going to try to get a joint reaction to her show scheduled. And I want to make sure I get it to where we'll have time and be able to enjoy it. He's in Australia, so, you know, the time zones make it a little difficult, but we're going to get it in. We're going to get it in. Hopefully we can do one next week. That'd be awesome. So let's get some more comments in right quick. As you all can see, I'm trying to make sure I keep flowing and going, you know, to the next set of information here. So we're not, you know, here for 8 hours. You're in a coat? Really? Bless your heart. Don't be in a coat. Coats are bad. Ken, this is live. What are you asking? I'm not pre-recorded or pre-scripted, honey. Okay. Yep, we're live. We're definitely live. Shout out to my mods. What's going on, S-Files? How you doing? I'm absolutely live. You see the title, Gary? Come on, Gary. You're asking questions that, I mean, just read the title. Oh, dear Lord. We're starting already, y'all. What is this about? You know, perhaps let me not assume you're able to read it. It is about Tyler James Robinson going to court today because the media is, you know, acting dumb in the courtroom and violating court orders. And of course, we're going to go over Candace's show she did tonight because she just won't stop. And I put cease and desist for a reason. I said, this is why I said, how many of you all remember me saying, if Erica Kirk responds, she needs to respond with an attorney. You can't make this up. I knew this was going to happen. She was not going to get quiet when Erica said stop. We all knew she was not going to stop. Ken said you can find photos of deer that was hit by a 30-06, and it's hard to even see where the deer got hit. Yeah, Candace doesn't understand guns and bullets. You can't make this up. And you guys, if you have links and information you want to share, feel free to drop it in the chat. And it needs to be, you know, valid information because the candy ass cult members, they'll go crazy. But information like that where you're talking about, you know, an article or video or photo or anything you've come across and you want to share it in the chat, feel free. Drop the link if you can, or let me know. Email it to me. I'll drop the link so that people can be more informed because I'm not a gun person. I don't, you know, I have to, you know, research information and then, of course, try to get perspective from you all to understand fully, you know, what's going on regarding these bullets and stuff because you got content creators out here that claim to be gun enthusiasts, but they're only, you know, doing tests with one type of bullet, one type of 30-06. If there are various types, various grains of bullets, they're only doing a video, I would assume, on the biggest bullet with worst case scenario. But that's not how it works in court. In court, you have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. So you have to use the same bullet that was used when Charlie was shot. because otherwise it would be a moot point. You're doing a video where you're trying to prove there's no way there was, the bullet did not make an exit wound. But if you're using the wrong type of bullet, then it's irrelevant. Their videos were irrelevant. And it's not going to be seen in court either way. But that type of information being put out introduces biasness. It is extraordinarily biased to only do a video using one type of 30-06 bullet. You don't see them putting in various bullets with different grains. You don't see that thorough type of, testing being done here. You just see them use one type of bullet that seemed to be the biggest one that's just going straight through something, but not a smaller 30-06 that may be a lighter grain. They're not doing that. So if you're going to test this stuff, test these theories out, at least use the bullet, or various bullets, and then let people see what the damage is for each level of a 30-06 bullet based on the grain. Things like that can be more refined and specific. They're not even doing it. So they're painting this one-sided narrative. There's no way he did not have an exit wound because they're only using one type of 30-06 bullet. It's the same. Just either that or just don't do the damn video. It's crazy. They prove nothing in their videos. And Candace, of course, is only going to pick the ones that prove her moot point. So yeah, I believe the autopsy. What's going on, C-Star? How you doing? How you doing, Ashes? Just want to make sure everybody's comments are coming up. The media messed up, and you can see his handcuffs today. They also picked up a little bit of audio between Tyler and his attorneys during live stream today. Oh Lord. I don't know if you all noticed the judge went to a motion hearing regarding the, information on sealing or redacting, anything related to the court docket. And he sent everybody out. And when the defense attorneys asked the judge if the family members that were there for him, I think it was his dad and a brother or somebody, wanted to stay, the judge said, no, I got to send everybody out because I got to be fair. This judge knows that you got millions of people that are going to be tuning in to these court hearings. So he's doing exactly what he should be doing, which is remaining impartial and neutral. So if you kick out the members of the media, then you got to kick out the relatives too. You can't leave one side in and not the other. He doesn't want to have any level of biasness in this. He wants this kid to get due process only because there's a constitutional right for that. And you don't want to risk the case being tossed out because the judge failed to remain impartial. Any level of bias, the judge cannot display. So these people, you got these people that don't understand that. They're too busy trying to be overzealous for just letting the public see everything going on, but they're not thinking about the impact it would have on the case. And they're not reading a court order. It's so crazy. These guys need to be more careful or they're going to mess it up for all of us. Exactly. Because I want a camera in there. I really do. Being an independent journalist, you understand the spirit of free speech and freedom of the press. But they're making it harder for the judge to want to maintain that level of transparency, especially considering you already have all these dumb conspiracy theories out here. You have people that don't even care about the investigation. They don't care about the murder trial because they don't believe he did it. So you already got to fight against that. And then you got to get a jury pool selected. Do all that nonsense. It makes no sense. So if they're not careful, the judge will grant them, a motion to exclude the media because of the risk. And that's, you don't want that. But they're just effing it up. Erica Kirk more angry over Candace than the killer of her husband. What? Mossad? How do you know that, Gabby? You're saying she's more angry over Candace than the killer of her husband? Candace doesn't even care about the investigation. So that makes no sense. Candace doesn't even care about the investigation or the killer. This is why Erica Kirk cares, because she doesn't want this case to be thrown. Candace making up all this nonsense and buffoonery for 4 months straight. And you don't think she's supposed to be upset at the possibility that these so-called these conspiracy theories, not so-called, because she hasn't provided any evidence that could possibly be used in the court of law either way. But you don't think these conspiracy theories that could possibly lead to a way more bias than normal and taint the jury pool is something that Erica Kirk wants? You don't think that's in and of itself upsetting? She wants this to proceed. She wants it to be done the right way. That way, if the jury returns a guilty verdict, it should be laughable that they're contemplating a viable appeal. They'll still appeal it because they're seeking the death penalty. But it needs to be where it's a joke. They make them have to throw spaghetti at the wall to try to come up with something. Don't give them leeway with that. If Candace does not care and the cult members don't care, then don't worry about what Erica Kirk is mad. She has every right to be mad. Candace is trying to F it up. She doesn't believe he's the shooter. Okay. But you don't have any evidence to show that someone else was the shooter. Yet to this very day, she can't tell us who she believes a shooter is. At least 1 or 2 people. Narrow it down. She can't even do that. And she says she doesn't care. So who cares if why Candace Owens cares about Erica Kirk being upset at her trying to toss this case and throw it in the defense favor? I don't understand. But of course that's infuriating. You want this bag off the street. Erica Kirk and her 2 kids, those 2 minor children that it seems like these, cult members are ignoring and forgetting about. Those 2 minor children are under a protection order. So if worst case scenario, God forbid, Tyler James Robinson either has a mistrial declared or he's found not guilty, he's back out on the streets. And yet, Candace can't tell us 1 or 2 people that could be alternative shooters. And we're back at square one. Where's the logic when you don't care? It's insane to think she's not supposed to be angry and upset about it. I'd be pissed off too. Erica Kirk and those kids are the ones that have, death threats and kidnapping threats being thrown their way. I don't expect the cult members to have a soul or a conscience. I really don't. Or Candace, because she's the seed of Chucky. I don't expect her to have a soul or a conscience about this. She's not even thinking about Erica Kirk's kids that she shared with Charlie Kirk. She doesn't care about that. But she shouldn't care about what Erica Kirk is upset about either. That's a moot point. She has every right to be. Candace doesn't understand guns or that damage also depends on grains of the bullet. Exactly. Shout out to Linda Walker. Thank you so much. As far as that's what the defense said today, that the press violated decorum order. Yes, that's exactly what happened. And I called it 4 weeks ago. I knew this would happen 4 weeks ago. I knew it. Do they know who took the pic? They can find out. What the judge should do is ensure that that person that either recorded or took the picture, whatever I think it was a video, is banned from the courtroom and not allowed to come back in, because those press, the media groups that are there recording have permission from the court already. So the judge could easily say, okay, either you all are going to give up this person or whomever they're representing or whoever we can at least show evidence to prove that this person was the one that did it. We just going to kick out that entire media group. So if they're with ABC 7 or something, let's just, throw something out here for example. If they're with ABC, this is just an example. If the ABC doesn't get rid of that person and say, you can't come to court with us anymore because you effing this up, then the judge needs to tell everyone at ABC, you all are not allowed to record because you're sitting here covering up for someone that violated this court order. That is a contemptible action. They can be sanctioned and or fined and or imprisoned. And personally, if they're got an attorney and they still fail to follow an order, lock their ass up for about 90 days so they can understand why they shouldn't do that. This is insane. And that's a whole hearing on this. That's delaying the murder trial from beginning. So they're not helping when they do stuff like that. It's so crazy. I foresaw this happening a month ago. That's why I did that video. Let's see here. Candace doesn't really care. She wants money. By the end of the year, from the time of Charlie's death, she has taken 23 mil from her viewers by lying. Is gross. Exactly. What's going on? Blanket on the beat. S-Files, that's what they want, to mess it up so he can walk free. Exactly. But can't tell us who the other shooter, who the alternative is. If he didn't pull the trigger, hypothetically, someone did. Who is that someone? Candace will never answer that because she doesn't even know how to research evidence. Like it's or vet her tips. It's insane. It's madness. This is why she's being sued as well for defamation. Y'all keep that in mind. The defense team today was working for no filming in the courtroom, and we would have missed all physical evidence presented. Yeah, because that's exactly what can happen. Let's see. What's going on, Tavares? How you doing? I'm here because of reasons. Thank you for hanging out late with me. You and I know Francisca's in UK. Some of you guys are, time, at least 6-7 hours ahead or 3-4 hours behind. So it's not that late where you are. So I do appreciate you all tuning in. Of course, I had to do this video. Then they go up there and say the live stream picked up part of our conversation. See, and stuff like that. Why are they live streaming it? Why are they live streaming it? The judge will make it clear when there are certain proceedings and hearings that are occurring, whether or not they can live stream or not. So hence why he kicked everybody out, aside from the parties that needed to be present when they did the motion for either documents to be redacted or sealed. Because no one is privy to that. This is not new. These orders are standard orders. It's not a new concept at all. This would apply in any murder trial. If records are being sealed or redacted, they have a hearing on that to determine what should be sealed or redacted. That means information they're trying to seal or redact should not be heard by anyone outside of the parties to the case. And a member of the press need to see that as a privilege and not a mandate while they're up in there violating court orders. Or they should be sanctioned and fined and thrown in jail for a couple of days. Just give them a taste of that mess. What Candace is doing is reckless and irresponsible. Absolutely. The wild card person, we should record everything in our courtroom. The whole process is corrupt. The laws are evil. No, you shouldn't. Laws don't change because of who's in the courtroom. These standing orders are to be upheld as law. They're as good as law. So this is the mindset here. The buffoonery of it all, but not understanding how that could hurt the legal process. That's why. Y'all think them candy ass court members care? No. Candace doesn't care. They don't care. It's crazy. Let's get to it. Milk bar time. We're going to go back to back with these two videos.
Butterfly writes, Candace, you mentioned several times that if Erica asked you to stop, you would, in fact, stop. Will you honor her request? Please stand by your word and honor what Charlie left behind. Prayers to you. I was very clear here. Erica asked me to stop lying, and I will.
Erica says stop. Don't put words in her mouth. See, Erica Kirk, this is what Mama was saying, okay? If you were to respond in any manner to Candace Owens, respond with an attorney. No one cares if she doesn't like lawsuits. No one cares if she does not want to go to court. No one gives a rat's ass. Don't let her force you to duke this out on social media. She wants court of public opinion because she doesn't care about laws and court orders and the fact that she's not above it. She doesn't care about that. But if you're going to respond with an attorney. I've been saying this for weeks. This is why sometimes it's just a matter of using logic and common sense and good old fashioned wisdom. And when you're a true journalist, you start to see and understand why these things are done a certain way. People start to understand now after the fact as to why I did that video covering those motions in that order. They understand after the fact now why I said Erica Kirk should have responded with an attorney. I even put that on Twitter or X or whatever. Respond with an attorney. Don't respond to her directly. Now look, she's sitting here putting words in her mouth when we can see the video of her saying stop. There's a video footage of her saying stop. Can't make this up. Why twist it up, Candace? You feel like you're not doing anything wrong? Don't add words into this. You don't get to dictate that. And that's what happens. It needs to happen. A lawsuit needs to ensure she does it.
Prayers to you. I was very.
This is somebody that actually is still saying
Candace,
prayers to you, by the way. This is not somebody like, just lambasting her. This is someone that might still listen to her and is just expecting her to do the right thing when it comes to Erica Kirk. You're talking about only George and, Erica Kirk can tell you to stop, but then they say stop, or she said stop because George is a punk ass. Then you're saying now, oh, she said stop lying. No, she didn't say that. You're not going to bend and alter reality for everyone else here on earth. You can fool your cult members. They're going to believe whatever you say, despite the reality of a video existing. Erica Kirk said stop. Candace Owens is hearing everything but. As a matter of formality, she could just send a cease and desist letter and then say, since you don't follow court orders or you don't follow laws, you don't care about cyber crimes, you don't care about doxing, impersonating, investigators and agents and all this other stuff. You don't care about none of that. So understand, the next step will be a lawsuit. I just personally wouldn't even sign with the letter. I just go straight to court.
Mentioned several times that if Erica asked you to stop, you would, in fact, stop. Will you honor her request? Please stand by your word and honor what Charlie left behind. Prayers to you. I was very clear here. Erica asked me to stop lying, and I will immediately abide by that request. Candace is lying. What do you want to say?
That's not what she said.
Please stop. Please stop lying. I understand. I comprehend. What I don't comprehend is what I've lied about. Have I made errors along the way? Yes. But it's...
Okay, but you're making flat out lies. You're stating flat out lies. Because you're sitting here talking about an email that we have no idea if it's authentic. Or someone telling you that a transponder was cut off when they can't see that for themselves. Or that there's an assassination attempt on your life. And you haven't provided any evidence of that. Or that somehow 2 planes have been following Erica Kirk all over the U.S. when you could have literally created all that nonsense you typed up. Because a lot of it was typed up, just like her dumbass timeline, typed up. You want Turning Point to prove you right. They don't owe you that. The cult members are going to sit here and worship the ground she walks on. Let them. They want to sit here and idolize her? Okay. God has a way of showing you who's God. These bots and all this stuff, bots don't care about anything. They don't have souls or consciousness or anything. They're just peddling the stuff she's saying. But it doesn't change the fact that there's a video where she says stop. Can't make this up.
As soon as she tells me what it is I've lied about, I will cease lying immediately. I am on this journey to figure out what happened on that day. I'm not going to stop unless Erica Kirk asks me to stop.
We were told.
Unless Erica Kirk says stop, not stop lying. That was Candace's words to the cult members. You all hear your cult leader every day when she does a video. Or you're in her book club. So you can't pretend like she is not saying this in her shows. Bots don't seem to scan and understand information fast enough. So, it is what it is. But for the mere mortals that are a part of her cult, you don't get to add words or take away words. What Candace herself said, if she tells me to stop, not stop lying, but if she says to stop, I will stop. Adding a stipulation after the fact is irrelevant. And it's also pathetic.
We were told that if we said stop, they would stop. And we said stop. And I'll say it again. Please stop.
There you go. I'm sorry, what's that again, Candy Asses? What did she say? Stop lying. She said stop. There you go. Right here. This is a screenshot. Please stop. That simple. Please stop. So here it is, Candace. She didn't say stop lying. You don't get to play word salad and semantics either. That should fare well for you in court. Boy, you go in there playing word salad and semantics with terminology in Judge Rennie's courtroom. He's going to roast you and your attorneys. And I'm all for it. Because if they're dumb enough to allow you to sit here and try to build a defense based on word salad and semantics. Oh, she didn't say what you want to be completely clear and straightforward with this. It says, please stop, period. You don't see the word lying after that. And this is what Candace said. If she says, if Erica Kirk, if George tells me to stop, I'll stop. Now she wants to create a stipulation. Just like she can't face Erica Kirk face to face in Phoenix on Monday. You know, because cowardice and all. She's a coward. Now she wants to add words. Please stop.
That's it.
We'll see if it's listened to.
Please stop. Please stop lying. But as soon as she tells me,
that's not what she said. She said, please stop. Very literal. Candace, because you don't read or listen. Here it is. Please stop. Period. Where y'all see the word lying at? For those that are here in this reality on earth, where's the word lying? This is why we do closed captions. Where do you see lying? Point it out. And I'm not talking to the cult members because they see and hear what they want to see and hear. For anyone with a brain, where do you see the word lying? Let me know. Maybe I'm missing the word lying after the period. She didn't say anything else after that either. She said, that's it. She didn't say lying. She said, please stop. Period. Point blank. Because these words are real. It's very literal. I enjoy making the cult members feel stupid as they are. You can't make this up. I told you all to enter on your own risk tonight. I made it clear that the Candy has cult members. I don't care how you feel or what you think. Enter at your own risk because I'm on one tonight. We see the words here. I don't see lying behind it. And they try to deflect and deter. Now you're not dodging and deflecting and deterring on this one. The words are clearly there. They came out of her mouth on screen. Please stop. And she doesn't even have to say please. She could have said stop, damn it. Stop, you bride of Chucky. And I'm still hoping she doesn't say her name because then, you know, that's just more content for Candace. It makes no sense. Don't give her content, Erica.
That's it.
We'll see if it's listened to.
please stop. Please stop lying. But as soon as she tells me what it is I've lied about, I will.
Nope, she doesn't have to tell you that. That entitlement, Candace, this is why you're soulless at this. For all the new cult members coming in, we've upgraded from her being bad at this to being soulless at this. This is why, Candace, you're soulless at this. You're beyond bad. It's reprehensible. It's evil. It's vindictive. It's flat out stupid. It's showing that you can't read or listen now. So you deaf and dumb? Clearly, she said, please stop. Please stop lying. Nope, you don't get to twist it up. Because you want to go into an alternate reality where you think you heard that. Or you're just adding on words and putting words in her mouth. She didn't say that. Candace is like a 4-year-old. She probably acts worse than her kids. They probably got more sense and you know, more maturity than Candace has. And it's just ridiculous. She's literally adding in words into this that doesn't exist. And lying about what she said previously. Contradicting herself.
Cease lying immediately.
She don't know you.
No one, and I mean absolutely no one, outside of my husband and Erica Kirk has the power to shut me up right now. That's it. There's nobody that has the capacity.
Oh, and it's so funny. Candace uses the word shut me up. Now she's whining and complaining about someone trying to shut her up. So she has to tell you to shut up? Really? Stop. Shut up. It doesn't matter. Why say, please stop lying? Candace, when you said they have the power to shut me up right now, that's it. So where's this power at? You gave to Erica Kirk 3-4 months ago. Where the hell all that power at now? Somehow you stripping her of that power? You hypocrite. You can't make this up.
Capacity to get me to shut up about this, except for Erica Kirk. And I will say this, like, I am on this journey to figure out what happened on that day. I'm not going to stop unless Erica Kirk asks me to stop.
You're still trying to figure out what happened, Candace. That means that you're no closer to getting us an alternative shooter. But you want Tyler James Robinson to walk free. You don't care about the investigation. I could care less about her opinion of whether or not she thinks he did it or not. Because the court doesn't care about her opinion. They care about facts and evidence. Luckily, the judge understands the definitions of those terms. Prayerfully, all of the members of the jury will be able to define evidence as well. She has no idea how difficult she's making this jury selection.
I said early on, if Erica Kirk asks me to be quiet, I will be quiet.
But when you go after my family,
Okay, so we got shut me up, be quiet, please stop. 3 different commands, Candace. So if she told you all 3, you still wouldn't do it because now she, for some reason, you think she owes you evidence on why you're not lying when you are. You're lying by omission too, Candace. I hope you know that. You know, because you want to use legal terms and concepts that you can't understand or define or explain. You're also lying by omission. You're failing to produce evidence to support your dumbass conspiracy theories that you're purporting to be a fact. And you can't present evidence on it. Wouldn't that be lying by omission as well? Because what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And we don't do coat over here in the Lady Luck Club. We don't speak coat.
Stop unless Erica Kirk asks me to stop. I said early on, if Erica Kirk asks me to be quiet, I will be quiet.
Just stop, be quiet, and shut me up. Let's go back because I want to be clear on this so that we can all know what we're hearing here in this reality on earth. Let's go back.
Kirk has the power to shut me up right now. That's it.
Shut
There's
me up.
nobody that has the capacity to get me to shut up about this except for
Shut up.
Erica Kirk. And I will say this, like, I am on this journey to figure out what happened on that day. I'm not going to stop unless Erica Kirk asks me to stop. I said early on, if Erica Kirk asks me to be quiet, I will be quiet.
but when you go after my family, my Turning Point USA family,
So she said, stop, shut up, be quiet. Erica Kirk said, please stop. How much more literal does this need to get? Maybe she just needs to say, stop, shut up, be quiet. Because this is what Candace said. Erica Kirk had the power and capacity to do. You know, because Candace, we can sit here and use your words against you as well, you idiot. Can't make this up.
my Charlie Kirk Show family, when you go after the people that I love and you're making hundreds and thousands of dollars every single episode, but this is not okay.
It's no from me, but you know me. I'm just out here saying what needs to be said. We'll be right back after.
You're saying dumb things that a jury will not care about. No one cares about an Egyptian plane when it comes to evidence in this murder trial. You know that trial you don't care about, Candace? That investigation you don't care about at all? Because somehow you gave away your soul and brain to Lucifer himself as a 2-for-1 special. I don't understand why she just won't go full-blown Jim Jones. I'm just saying.
After a brief message from our sponsors. Okay.
Y'all. God. So that was Milk Bar's video. Shout out to Milk Bar. Oh boy, we're about to get into this buffoonery here. So let me get some comments in before we start because it's gonna go fast. It's gonna go fast. Oh, what's going on to love? Let's see. I'm just posting up some comments here. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Hit the like button. Never call your brother idiot. Candace is the best person in this debate. Candace is an idiot, and I get to say exactly what I want to say, especially when Candace cult members are coming over here trying to threaten me. No one told her to avoid reading. She could Google laws. She can Google the definitions of the words stop, shut up, or be quiet. She could Google this stuff if she doesn't understand the definitions of those terms. Because perhaps that might be the issue with her. Reading comprehension. There's so many ways I can say she's an idiot, but it's just easier to say that one word. Can't make this up. hit the like button. And I still haven't been able to assign mods over there on the second channel. So I'll be able to do that tomorrow. Oh man, that cha-ching was something else. Yeah, like the letter that proved Charlie supported Israel. Yeah, it does. he even was trying to help them with their PR. Hey, Mira, cha-ching. I know, right? Birdman said, go Max Candace. Yeah, okay. She can go Max. Go ahead. Go Max Candace in Phoenix on Monday. See, Birdman, we agree on that. Candace should go Max in Phoenix on Monday, face to face with Erica Kirk. Candace, I dare you. I dare you to say all of this you said to Erica Kirk's face in person. Because you could still fly out if you wanted to. You got nothing but money and time, and George can handle the damn kids. George can handle the kids. Let him sit and do the homeschooling for that day. I don't even understand why that would be difficult for her to homeschool 4-year-olds and toddlers. Like, why can't he do it? Once again, why is it the cult demanding their cult leader to go face her in person? Go ask all these questions in person. They don't owe her a link to a virtual. No, they don't owe her that. If she want to go out in person and then she want to bring in her own equipment and live stream, more than likely they'll let her do that. But you want to do that, you got to earn it. Or else you're watching it with everyone else. And there's not even an amount of posts or anything you can do on Twitter. There's not a number of words you can say to eliminate or eradicate the fact that they're still doing this on Monday. With or without you, Candace. I wouldn't even entertain that BS, child, please. You're not going to fly out just a lot of my face, but at the very least, it would be on the record. They need to sue her. You can't make this up. Candace is a pathological liar. You're a shill. Oh, no. And Candace is still an idiot. You see? That changes nothing. Hit the like button. Can't make this up. See them Chucky catching up here and laughing out loud. What's going on 2025? How you doing, honey? Let's see. I'm trying to get in. Oh, that's all they can say. Well, stop copying and pasting the same comment. Come up with something else. Is it Bart? I'm just gonna call you Bart. Come up with something else. Or you can't be unique. I understand y'all have to have this hive mentality, but at least come up with a comment that's at least unique. It's like they're not even reading words in a dictionary. Vocabulary is very limited. You can't make this up. Limited vocabulary. They're just copying and pasting. You can't make this up. All right, y'all. Twitter said Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes, leaving me no choice but to lead the pro-Israel cause. Charlie Kirk, not 825. And that was in a letter. Because it still didn't change him to being pro-Israel. It's mighty funny how he didn't put this information in the letter. I don't think he was scared to tell the Israeli prime minister, I'm not going to be pro-Israel while y'all sitting here allowing all this nonsense to happen. People are attacking us for just simply having our own opinion of something. Kind of the way this cult won't let anyone else have an opinion about Candace. It's so funny. She sits here and says that she's trying to fight the good fight and to try to solve this something, impersonating investigators. Something she's not licensed and certified to do or even competent to do well. She won't even research. But somehow, when people say something that the cult don't like, then all of a sudden, why can't people ask questions? We are asking questions. You just don't like them. There's a difference. We're asking hella questions. The cult just don't care. They don't like it. We're not here for that. We're not asking questions based on whether you like it or not. Nobody cares about that. I told the cult members to enter at their own risk. You can't make this up. Let me get a couple more comments in. What's going on? Shout out to my mods. I appreciate that. Appreciate you tuning in. What's going on, artists? How you doing? She would have been quiet, but Erica is fishy. Who cares? She said if Erica told me to say shut up, be quiet, or stop, she would do it. There's no stipulation to that. You would think the bots would just scan words. You can block me, Jill. I'm not blocking. Why would I block you? You block me. Hey, you mean to tell me you're on YouTube and you don't know how to block somebody? You kidding me? That hurt my feelings. Figure out how to block me. You know what? You should Google that. That'd be a good thing to do. Yeah, for once, you guys can get in the spirit of research. Why don't you look up how to block a channel? Chapu. You can't make this out. So for what? Find out the hard way. Ooh, man. This is insane. These folks are just, they're so blinded. Candace is all about the clicks. Always been. But still, I put up both comments from, supporters, the Luxers, people who have rational, reasonable thought, as well as the cult members. Because fair. Can't make this up. They have the right to confront and have a face-to-face of their accuser, Candace. Exactly. Y'all know she doesn't understand how stuff works in court, so she definitely doesn't understand that. What lies? Watch my entire playlist. How about this? Tell your cult leader to post up that text message she sent to this FBI agent. Or the transactions going through Club DESIST. Why don't you all ask her for that stuff? We don't owe you all shit. Why don't you ask her? We're waiting. We're waiting. One uses words. Thank you. Kimchi said it was after the letter. It is so sad how blindly people will follow that what social media or the government tells them. One uses words, the other uses evidence. Yeah, we use evidence over here in the Lady Luck Club because reading is fundamental. I believe in it. Because we can take their words and use it against them. If you don't trust the government, answer me, why is Candace Owens relying on the FBI to get back to her? Why even say that? I'm curious. You don't have to trust the government, but why trust the government to do an investigation? Whether it be on a murder trial of someone else or her alleged, fictitious assassination attempt. Why would she go to the FBI either way? Why is she making an issue and whining and crying and throwing a tantrum about the FBI not reaching out to her about something that has nothing to do with her so-called assassination attempt? She wants the FBI to reach out to her about the investigation on Charlie Kirk that she doesn't care about. So why even put that out there? Why expect them to reach out to you when you don't trust them? Because stupidity and all. The hypocrisy is staggering. Make that make sense? You must be a postmodern queen. I thought your cult leader said she doesn't condone a monarchy. I'm the queen over here. I'm the queen of this. She knows it. Candace, you're soulless at this, girl. Verifier is laughing. Okay. I just want to make sure what false accusations. Get creative, Birdman. You say something else. Get creative. Sorry you don't have your eyes open. I'm sorry that, somehow you haven't realized that you're in an alternate reality. Because this is fun for me. They come here for the banter. They love it. All right, now let's get to it. Oh boy, Candace Owens.
I will be very honest. I am in a bit of a mood today. I am just annoyed with everybody. I'm annoyed with this entire psychological.
You know, with everybody. So change the subject and talk about something else, Candace. Why don't you talk about Karen Silkwood or, Scientology or, perhaps Watergate. Dive into Watergate. Something that would be of use for people to know more about. Why don't you report on Watergate, Candace? I think that would be a good scandal for you. You would enjoy researching and, never mind, she doesn't read. Never mind.
Logical operation that is so obvious. And I just feel like we keep going round and round in a circle with the government, whether it's COVID, the Ukraine.
Says the woman who's recycling her conspiracy theories. I mean, just because you went a couple weeks without talking about Egyptian planes, Candace, does not mean you're not recycling your conspiracy theories. Yeah, we're still waiting on this Harry Meyer person. When is he coming out?
In war, it's like the entire media apparatus and establishment is joining hands to condemn people for having common sense. So I'll ask you a question to begin this. Do you feel, show of hands, okay?
Common sense means you're posting up photos of that green pickup truck because you allege that it picked up somebody from a hotel where there's security cameras. Common sense would be for you to file a formal FBI complaint. Y'all dropping it in the chat. What common sense means. Because I just want to make sure when I say common sense, we all know Candace has no idea what that means. She doesn't understand the definition or concept of common sense. We all know that. And the bots don't care. They're not real people. And Candace cult members are brainwashed, because brain rot and yeast infections and all this infectious. So now you have her saying common sense. It would be common sense for her to file a formal FBI complaint, although she doesn't trust the FBI. Why send a text message? Why tell anybody in the public that you sent a text message to a high-ranking FBI person claiming France is after me, something with Club DESIST, payments, transactions, still no evidence. We don't know who the French government employee is either that told you these so-called payments exist. That's why the candy-ass cult members and the bots just copy and paste comments, because they never address these very direct questions that are common sense. Why won't she post that evidence up? It is her responsibility to get that documentation and evidence. Someone calls me and says something about another president of another country paying someone in Club DESIST to have me assassinated. Why didn't she ask that person to email her the receipts? Because that would be common sense. Why don't she post up any information about this Harry person? That would be common sense. I mean, these are the things, just, basic questions here. Common sense that goes over her head.
That the answer regarding who killed Charlie Kirk and what happened on September 10th is quote unquote very clear.
Nope. Who did it? Is she going to tell us the killer now? Finally? Is this happening?
Objectively. Like, even if you are somebody who is on the side of those who do believe that Tyler Robinson pulled the trigger one way or another.
You haven't proven someone else did it. Isn't that what you were supposed to be doing, Candace? Somehow your cult members are not keeping you on track. So let me remind you, Candace, you were supposed to be researching that because you're not an investigator. And we all know you're bad at this, but you were supposed to be researching who the possible shooter is if it's not Tyler James Robinson. And you're still asking who did it when that is supposed to be what you're researching and telling us. You're supposed to be telling us that, because that will be common sense.
Would you ever describe what happened as quote unquote very clear? I'm guessing your answer to that would be no. I am asking you that because Erica Kirk believes it to be so. And I guess this is kind of the final stop. I'm hoping it's the final stop of this PR campaign where they are now pivoting and bringing Erica out to signal to the public that we can't question her judgment, right? because she's a widow, we can't question her judgment. And I want to say that I reject that. I reject emotional manipulation.
Who is we? Once again, she keeps using these we terms because cult of personality and all. Because she wants to weaponize people's emotions, their faith, their religion, Christianity. Cult members are comparing her to Jesus Christ, literally. And she keeps saying we. Who is we? Candace, are you referring to whatever legion is in your head? We don't need to know if you're listening to a demon. We don't need to know that.
I want to give people at home the permission to avoid a trap of thinking that you have to arrive at the same conclusions as Erica Kirk.
Where is the photo or name or evidence of this other shooter then? Why are we nowhere closer to that, Candace? It's been 4 months, girl. Tell us the name of the other shooter. Wasn't she supposed to be dropping names with Turning Point last week or the week before? I just found out some disturbing news, and it's just, so upsetting. I will be naming names and all. Name the names. Other than the Mikey McCoy and all the people you already named, Frank Turek, Rob McCoy, name names. And show us a photo of this person with the weapon in their hand that pulled the trigger. Because that's all we care about, because that's all that's going to work in court. Otherwise, we don't care about y'all theories. Court doesn't care.
Especially when the story that we have been presented thus far makes little sense, if any sense. It makes, I think, virtually no sense. To that end, later on in the show, we will discuss Tyler Robinson, who is now...
Candace, I thought it was objectively. Now you're saying virtually?
Made his first in-person appearance in court. And I guess the good news there is that we know he exists. Welcome back to Candace.
We know he exists. Where he been for 4 months? Oh, man. Such an airhead. This bride of Chucky.
Let's just start with the talking points. Let's join the members of the press and the influencers, okay? Here's what we're saying. Let's be influenced. Talking points. There's a bigger mission at bay.
Why is she whining about this? Candace, you've been saying the same thing for 4 months. And it's not what the FBI or the state of Utah's prosecutors are producing for evidence. You're proving every day you do a video that no one is trying to change what you think. They're trying to tell you that what you're saying is a lie that is becoming very damaging because you have not provided evidence, because lying by omission. So glad you said that, because you can't go to court to say, I don't know what lying by omission means. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yeah, we're just going to say you do, because we can say so too.
We need to focus on a larger, bigger mission. Another talking point. It's going to ruin the trial. If you guys keep thinking that things don't make sense, you could ruin the case.
You can ruin the
And the final stop, of course, in these talking points is this is an illness, right? There's something wrong with you at home if you don't find what we are telling you to be true. Trust us, okay? You're mentally unwell. What we are looking at right now is a bad...
Candace, you have lost your mind. And I wouldn't be surprised if a judge ordered you to a psych eval. I just personally would not want Judge Rennie to do that, because you still got that lawsuit. It's not going anywhere. Because if he ordered her to a psych eval, that would be another 30 days. He will give her to go do the psych eval and then for the recommendation to be forwarded to the court. But at this rate, with all her videos and her crazy ass posts and her willingness to just lie like hell with no evidence, by lying by omission and all, I wouldn't be surprised if Judge Rennie, and hopefully Erica Kirk and Turning Point sues her too. But I wouldn't be surprised if these judges start ordering her to a psych eval. You're showing, Candace, that mentally you're cracking. I posted up a bunch of, snippets from videos of things she said. A couple of things to which dismantled her defense in the Macron lawsuit. And what it shows is her pattern of behavior. It shows her character. and it shows her intent. It shows that she's doing this maliciously. Even when she has been told to stop, she's the one that said, Erica Kirk has the power, the capacity to tell me to shut up, be quiet, and to stop. And she's doing neither. So anyone can present a good case to show, Yana, this is her pattern of behavior here. It's quite disturbing how she has the propensity to continue on with this harassment, the bullying, the doxing, the defamation, and she's doing it with malicious intent, because even when evidence is being presented to debunk her, or when she's challenged to present evidence and she refuses to do it because it doesn't exist, or even when she's told to stop, cease, desist, she does it. And then she doubles down. Here's her character right here on display. You're handing the Macrons a lawsuit. And, you can keep at it. That's why I don't want her to stop talking. I want to keep talking. Because that's more evidence that can be used against her in a court of law and in a lawsuit. Keep talking, girl. Keep on.
Badly run PR campaign. I am saying that it is badly run because it's recognizable. A good PR campaign is not recognizable. A bad PR campaign is an obvious one. And I am going to request respectfully, I know it's not going to be honored, I'm going to respectfully request that all of these Agent Smiths in this obvious matrix just stop, okay? This PR campaign, it's been nonstop since Charlie was shot. It was honestly dead on arrival. Okay.
Yeah, the FBI said, make us. They was like, hell no, make us. How you gonna make the FBI stop? Make them. Tell the court you want them to stop. Make them. Make the judge presiding over this murder trial, I dare you to make him stop. Oh, y'all going to jail if you do anything to the judge. Make him. Why don't you go tell Erica Kirk this to her face again? Because I'm still baffled by that. And where's this former FBI complaint? You sitting here talking about the French president is after you and all. No, they just want to sue the hell out of you. They don't want nothing to happen to you. They want you to show up for court, girl. You can't make this. They want your ass in court so they can get those double to triple digit millions out of you. You do understand, George, that your income, your finances is going to be factored into any judgment issued against Candace to the Macrons. I hope you have a prenup, George, because the judge is going to look at the actual finances of the household and what's coming in through her LLCs and all of that to determine what's reasonable. And not just the judge, the jury. There's a jury demand to determine what would be reasonable damages that can be awarded to them. So if Candace has millions of dollars sitting somewhere, all because she simply married George, then guess what they're going to do? They're going to factor all of that income. So they won't just be bankrupting you, allegedly, Candace, because they're not bankrupting you. They're just going to, there's a penalty to pay. You got to defame someone. It's not protected free speech under the First Amendment. So you got to do that. You open yourself up to being held, legally liable for damages. So you'll just be getting what you deserve. And if a jury comes back and determines that you are liable for damages, then you're going to have to pay it. Bankruptcy, you won't even be able to file bankrupt. You can't file bankrupt in an effort to avoid paying a judgment from a court order. You still got to pay that judgment. So she can't go in there talking about I'm broke. All this money you making off this, just YouTube alone. You ain't broke, girl.
Okay. We do not trust this. We do not believe this. And yet we are wildly kind of in this position where they're testing to see how many times they can say the same thing before they convince everybody else at home that it's true. Okay.
That's exactly what she does. because deflection and all. Candace, you're doing the same thing. I'm so glad you're describing this because you're literally describing yourself. It's exactly what you're doing. You're saying the same thing over and over and over again. You're recycling conspiracy theories. How many more times do we have to hear about these damn Egyptian planes that would not be flying in our U.S. airspace with a transponder cut off? Why you still can't prove evidence that this person that sent you that email even exists? And I thought that email was from somebody from the military. Because she thinks that they're going to snitch on themselves about something that's not even true. The same FBI she wants to demand answers from is the same FBI she doesn't trust. So there you go, right there. No matter what they say, no matter what they do, no matter what evidence they produce, she's not going to accept it because it goes against her ability to do content, because PR strategy.
Their equation that they seem to be running, if it's that formula, is talking points multiplied by 10,000 talking heads must equal results. Okay. They believe
that's her formula when she's getting all these likes, views, clicks, and money.
That with enough of an echo, they can override basic human instinct, basic intellect, really.
She's using big words. Candace, define intellect. You know what? Spell it and then define it. Can't make this up.
I would like to be very clear, nothing
the
that
bride
feels
of
right
Chucky.
to me about the Charlie Kirk assassination, and especially the way that some of his employees and friends have been behaving since that assassination. And I'll preface this with, I am very sorry if that offends you, Erica. Genuinely, I am sorry that there is no amount of increase in pressure and propaganda and headlines written about me that are going to convince me. And by the way, I'm just the conduit, right? You're attacking me, but you're angry that also the masses have not accepted this. There's not a number.
No, the majority of people, because here on Earth in this reality, people are basing their opinion of this on some evidence, some factual information. Candace didn't even read the indictment, and she has said she does not care about the investigation. So why is she asking the FBI or trying to put out some slick demand for it, the FBI to post up something? Why? They're not going to do that. They're not even the lead on this investigation. The state of Utah prosecutor office is in the district where the crime was committed, because Candace doesn't understand how court works or jurisdiction. Why expect them to give you anything? Why expect them to reach out to you? You don't trust anything they say. So why even expect this? And the cult members don't realize the hypocrisy of her expecting something from the feds that she knows she won't trust, even the more depending on who it's coming from. Because if it's coming from Kash Patel, she has no respect for him. So why ask them to give you something? Don't even be bothered with it. When you gonna tell us who this alternative shooter is?
That is going to convince the masses that his human neck, stopped a 30-06 bullet. Okay. And not even just stop the bullet. I also want to be clear here. It's not just that they're saying that it ricocheted and it stopped, and this would maybe be the first time in human history. And please, if you do know a story, got an old article, I don't care where it's from, if you saved a newspaper article from the early 1900s in your family of an example, I don't think that bullet existed then, but like of a 30-06 being stopped by a human neck, please present it. I'd like to show that it is possible. Right? It is actually, this happened one time down in Texas. It's possible. But not only are they saying that they stopped it, but I want to remind you that there was minimal damage to the front of Charlie's neck as well. Okay? There was minimal damage to the front of Charlie's neck as well.
How would you know that? So you're admitting that the bullet was small. Candace, do you understand what you're saying? She won't believe if you allowed her to see the autopsy, she wouldn't believe any of that shit. Candace, you are literally saying that if there was minimal damage done to the entry of the wound, then you're saying that the bullet had to be small to where it made minimum impact and damage. You can't make this stuff up. Candace, we can use your words against you. I can do this all day. So you literally are saying, let's go back, because common sense. She's saying there's minimal damage done to the front of the neck. That would mean that the bullet would have been small enough to cause minimal damage. So she's putting it out here that the bullet could not have even caused a lot of damage, which goes against all that BS she's been saying previously. Because if the bullet came in and caused minimal damage, why would you think that the exit wound would be worse than the entry point? That's not how bullets work. It's minimal damage from a 30-06. That's what, 255 grain? So the entry is going to be minimal damage. That means the bullet didn't have that much firepower and was not that big or large to even create the damage you're saying was very minimal. Wouldn't the smaller the bullet, the less damage it would do? Isn't that common sense? The bigger the bullet and the higher the grain, the more damage, right? That's common sense based on information about bullets. So we're talking about a 30-06 that could have been what, 55 grain or something like that. That would be indicative of a smaller bullet causing minimal damage. You get a huge slug type bullet, it's gonna do, sizable damage going in and out. They make this up. She doesn't understand how bullets work.
Are they saying that they stopped it? But I want to remind you that there was minimal damage to the front of Charlie's neck as well. Okay. There was minimal damage to the front of Charlie's neck as well.
Oh, God.
So it didn't even cause a lot of, damage as it went in. It just cleanly went in.
The bullet was small.
And then ricocheted downward into his stomach.
No,
I'm frustrated, obviously.
No one said stomach. Spine. You goon. Spine. Bride of Chucky. Spine. You spawn of Satan. Spine, Candace. Spine. C2 through C6. C1 to C2 through C6. Cervical spine. C is for cervical. I'll save you the time of researching C-spine. Spine, Candace, not his stomach. It pulverized vertebral disc on the way down. What? It just didn't have an exit wound. Why won't she address the shot that was done to MLK since it's comparable? Oh my good Lord. You can't make
for a lot of reasons, but Erica's that's now being teased. The interview with Barry Weiss, it's being termed a town hall. And Barry is obviously just a Tel Aviv agent. Her entire background story, her rise, her studying in Tel Aviv, her family ties, the hand of Midas pulling her through the ranks a la Jeffrey Epstein. Despite her sub-average intelligence, she's not interesting. She somehow becomes a chief over at CBS News.
Thank you, Catherine.
Right, this actually what I'm saying about Barry Weiss, this gets...
It destroys 7 vertebral discs in the spine. If Candace were to even look up human anatomy and biology, she would be able to at least say C-spine, vertebral disc, have some basic level of knowledge in this. Even if she were to read the autopsy report, she wouldn't understand it because of the medical terminology. She would not understand it. It would be like speaking Japanese, I guess, because she said that's what people are speaking while they correct her. It's like you guys are speaking Japanese because she couldn't even get a ranking right in the military. Things she could have Googled or asked about before she said it on a show. Her pre-scripted, pre-recorded show. Candace, we can tell when you're off script, but you mean to tell me you didn't take time to look up rankings with the military or to reach out to one of your so-called cult members and they can tell you that? I don't see how anyone in the military can trust anything Candace is saying when she's blamed the military for being involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. No loyalty at all, huh? It's just, it's like, yeah, we just gotta trust everything she says, because trust me, bro. She didn't even try to get that basic information before putting that out in a video. If I'm going to cover something that can be factually proven, just like with the court orders and the motions that were covered today in the hearing, I covered that topic 4 weeks ago. And y'all can see the views on that video. It only got like 1,100 views. When facts are being presented, the cult members don't read or listen to facts because they've already made up their mind. Between them and their cult leader, they're not going to trust anything outside of what she tells them to think and believe. Candace Owens is their God. They worship her. They follow whatever she says. They do whatever she says. She gives them marching orders to sit here and file false reports to authorities on Ukrainians. But yet and still, she will not even research information to even help her read and understand an autopsy report or to help her understand a bullet or variations of these grains of bullets. Basic baseline information. What is an endowment? She won't even look this stuff up. And it gets mad when people correct her and try to make it seem like, I didn't know. You don't have to make an excuse for it. Just say, I stand corrected. I want to clarify this so I can have the right baseline information out there. She's not even doing that. Candace, you are soulless at this.
Into Tucker's quote unquote problematic speech at SAS when he jumped on stage and basically asked that question. How are all of these subpar people becoming billionaires? The rest of us have to work forever. They're not interesting. They're not talented.
Candace, you don't have to work at all. Why do you forget you're a global elite yourself? You marry someone from the UK that has old money flowing through his family, which would automatically mean you would have some access to this finances, this money. You and Georgia combined worth over $240 million. You don't have to work ever again. That's why this channel is a PR stunt for you. That's why it's always all about public relations, because you don't have to do this, which speaks to your intent. When you're out doxing people, you're doing it knowingly, willfully, and intentionally, because you literally do not have to do this. This is not a job for you. You don't have to work. You're the one saying you school your kids. You do a show for a good hour and that's it. And then you go on Twitter X and say dumb things there. But you could be doing that in between feeding your kids dinner. It's not something you're doing out of your way when you're setting time aside to actually do a real job. She could literally stop doing YouTube videos right now and she will not have to worry about how's the mortgage going to get paid? How are we going to buy groceries? How am I going to feed my children? Because it's 4 of them. She wouldn't have to worry about that. She wouldn't have to worry about being evicted, losing her home or properties or anything if she would have stopped right now doing YouTube videos. She still has financial security because of who she married. Because in 18 days, somehow you guys had no romance and you thought this was a good idea. You can't make this up.
And they just seemingly are just getting all of this money and opportunities offered to them. This is clearly not a meritocracy that we're living under. It feels more like...
Candace, why you let your cult members keep saying that you're a queen? Why do you allow them to keep saying that you're a queen in everybody's chats and you don't condone a meritocracy or a monarchy? First of all, meritocracy is based on merit. So you have none. You have no credibility either. Comes down to a monarchy, dictatorship. You literally command your cult to believe everything you say, and then they compare you to Jesus Christ. You can't make this up. Whole coat, and she doesn't even care about the coat.
Like, and I'm saying this more like a cartel. Okay, Barry Weiss is actually one of the people that we should study when it comes to being unimpressive and just getting handouts anyways. It's like welfare. I feel like she's on welfare. Like, we all have to work.
Now you're sicking your cult members and the bots after her. Y'all see how this is? This is why people need to sue her. No one needs to go after her. No one needs to research or investigate. You know, impersonating investigators is a felony. You don't need to do any of that. Leave her alone. Just like those kids at the college campus because they wear maroon shirts. Leave them alone. You're intentionally stating that people should go after her. For what? Does she pay your bills, Candace? How does this person affect your everyday life? I'm curious. Who all in here is getting their rent and mortgage paid by Candace Owens directly? Because she doesn't pay mine. Who's getting their rent and bills paid by Candace Owens? Because obviously, you know, she needs to be sending out some checks to help pay people's bills if she's going to sit here and, you know, make these types of demands like this for people to go out and go after people. Is she paying their bills? It's of no consequence to me. That's why I report on this. I enjoy doing it. I'm going to debunk her every chance I get. I owe her nothing. I told the candy asses they come in at their own risk. I'm just saying. If the candy ass cult members can show proof that she's paying their bills and they don't feel like they have a choice, that's one thing. They choose to be this mindless, you know, because brain rot, a term that in description Charlie Kirk used against people who are like Candace Owens. He should have, you know, and I'm going to say this. Charlie Kirk should have said what needed to be said a long time ago when it came to Candace Owens saying all this nonsense. And if she still chose to do it, at least he put it out there and tried to correct her. To try to get her to understand what you're doing and the stuff you say. If you can't provide evidence, then you can't force people to believe you. There's not enough bots out here in the world and cult members that can do any PR campaign all over social media for reasonable, sane-minded individuals to believe what you say if you can't even produce evidence. And we all know she would never dog out his pastor if he was still alive. So all this stuff, it's like deep-seated hatred, deep-seated resentment, vitriol, being vindictive or retaliatory. All of this was already suppressed in Candace, the bride of Chucky. And the moment Charlie Kirk was assassinated, then everything she's been holding in and feeling all this time about Turning Point, about Erica Kirk, it's just coming out. This isn't something that she's just, you know, automatically came out of nowhere with. She's always felt this way. It's like she's always been jealous of Erica Kirk. She's always had some sort of vindictive behavior towards Turning Point. And yet she won't tell anybody why she was forced to resign in 2019. What happened with that? Because that explains her being vindictive and wanting Turning Point to be dissolved, I guess, to fall apart. But she won't tell anybody why she was forced to resign in 2019.
And she gets promoted.
He should have called her out a long
she's
time
going to
ago.
be unimpressive in this clip because that's her default. She can't even convincingly ask the prepared, loaded question that she is going to deliver to Erica. And this question, like I said, has likely, by the way, been reviewed and marked up by lawyers, but she still is not even convincing, despite having it ahead of time in this delivery. Take a listen.
The podcaster Candace Owens, okay? At one time, a friend of Charlie's, at one time, an employee of Turning Point. She has been one of the main peddlers of these conspiracies, and she is making a huge amount of money on it. She is building her business off of these lies. What do you want to say to her and the other people that are putting these lies out into the world right now?
Stop. That's it. That's all I have to say. Stop.
Oh man, bravo. She didn't say stop lying. She said stop. That's it. That's all I have to say. I love it. I love it. Don't give her more. And any man, oh, she needs her attorney right next to her. When I say that Erica Kirk should not be saying anything without her attorney representing her all the way, I don't even care if it's in an interview. Her attorney should be sitting right next to her. I wouldn't even answer questions about Candace, even if she doesn't say her name, which I hope she doesn't, because no one needs to validate her existence, Candace's existence on earth. But even if she never says her name, anything asked about Candace Owens, the attorney could be sitting right next to Erica, and the attorney can give the same response. That way it's coming from her attorney. And you shouldn't F around with that and find out. This is why Erica needs to sue her ass. I've been saying this. Don't respond unless it's coming through your attorney, girl. Literally. You can't make this up.
And
oh man,
this question, like I said, has likely, by the way, been reviewed and marked up by lawyers, but she still is not even convincing, despite having it ahead of time in this delivery. Take a listen.
The podcaster Candace Owens, okay? At one time, a friend of Charlie's, at one time, an employee of Turning Point. She has been one of the main peddlers of these conspiracies, and she is making a huge amount of money on it. She is building her business off of these lies. What do you want to say to her and the other people?
This heifer is sitting here laughing. Candace, you are soulless at this. You bride of Chucky. Erica Kirk has already said she's getting death threats, even more than she was already given. And now kidnapping threats. She has 2 small kids. I don't expect cult members to have a soul because, like I said, they worship and idolize Candace Owens. They might as well just go out and just buy some land and just start their own country somewhere else outside of the United States of America or North America. Why not start your own little commune and just go full-blown cult mode? This girl is smiling, knowing damn well Erica Kirk has already said, I'm getting even more death threats. I've already been getting that, but I'm getting even more now, to where it's unrealistic the number of death threats she's getting. And now kidnapping threats. And her and the 2 kids are under a protection order from someone who pulled the trigger and is now in jail, and he's smiling in court. Can y'all believe this? The irony of this. Tyler James Robinson smiling and smirking in court. And Candace Owens is smiling and smirking. While Erica Kirk is trying to say, stop. You said to say stop, you will stop, and you need to stop. And she's laughing at this like it's a joke. The same way Tyler James Robinson is smiling in court for a whole murder trial where he took somebody's life and admitted it. Never mind his confession. He admitted it. His own parents turned him in. And they still went to court today. But they turned his ass in. And she's sitting here smiling. Just like Tyler James Robinson smiled in court. You know, because of evil and shit.
That are putting these lies out into the world right now.
Stop. That's it. That's all I have to say. Stop.
Simple.
So this is just, to me, I'm going to also let you know, they pre-recorded this. Obviously, I told you this yesterday.
All your shows are pre-recorded, heifer.
From about 11 o'clock to 4 p.m. I have sources just everywhere, CBS News.
But they're not sending you a message of Charlie Kirk saying that he was going to get murdered the next day. They can't send you information at all on this stuff you're demanding from them, but you got insiders. You're wanting them to post up something to prove you right about something that they don't have to do, especially when the whatever you're demanding, most of it doesn't even exist in the first place. So there's nothing to even show you. But you would think if you had insiders, you would not be making demands for them to do anything. You would be posting up that documentation because that's common sense. Common sense says that if Candace Owens had any leaks or connections in Turning Point USA, that she would never have to ask Turning Point to post a damn thing, because these leaks should be sending her that information and she should be posting it herself. Why ask them to do it? Why ask all of France to find payments being made from the French president to Club DESIST for your assassination attempt? Why didn't you just ask the person that called you and allege that these payments exist and post that up yourself? You know, because evidence, a term she can't define.
The people that were in the audience I showed you were emailing me, and they had to do multiple takes because Barry wanted to read a prompter. These questions were pre-submitted, okay? And
our entire show is pre-scripted and pre-recorded. What are you whining about here? Why are you throwing a tantrum about this? You know, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, Candace. Narcissists and cult leaders don't care about hypocrisy, by the way. I have to reiterate that. Narcissists and cult leaders do not care about hypocrisy. They are the biggest hypocrites on earth. And to be hypocritical or contradictory means that you're also being deceptive and misleading. You can't make this stuff up. These are terms I'm sure she's not familiar with either, but that you can't make this up.
I would like to respond to this loaded question. What would you like to say?
Go to Phoenix on Monday and say it to her face. Hell, forget a flight ticket and a hotel. Take your little ass out there to Phoenix on December the 15th and go say all of that in person. Go respond in person. Grow a spine and go face her in person. You want to respond to something, she's not giving you anything to respond to. She said stop. The end.
The podcaster Candace Owens, and I'm not even going to address this repeat talking point about people making money, except for the people that have actually made off of all of the money. All of the money. Millions upon millions of dollars. But this is the new thing. It's like if you keep doing what you were already doing in podcasting or keep doing what you were already doing and doing ballistics on YouTube, if you catch a bunch of views, they want to convince you that like you wake up and you turn into a millionaire. Building her business. What do you...
Candace, do you understand what ballistics mean? Don't make me have to look up the definition of that word for you, because I had to do that with transponder. You didn't understand how transponders work either. What ballistics is she doing? Candace doesn't have a certification to do any ballistic testing or anything. Any ballistic analysis. She doesn't have the education or the training or the knowledge to do any ballistics forensics testing on any bullet, gun, none of that. Does she even understand the terminology she's using? I don't think she does. Ballistics analysis is a forensic discipline that examines firearms, ammunition, and ballistic evidence to provide insights into shooting incidents and link firearms to criminal activities. Ballistic analysis involves the scientific examination of firearms and ammunition to understand their behavior and the evidence they leave behind. When did she do a ballistics test? And what certification or license does she have to even do that? This is like someone saying, I did an autopsy and they're not a medical physician. They can't even tell you what a carotid artery from a jugular vein is. They wouldn't know the difference. Dear God. Because we're here to learn. I got to look up definitions of terms and concepts in real time.
What are you talking about? I already had this business. I was already at top of the charts. Okay, I said I wasn't going to talk about it. I actually did because it's so ridiculous.
But she's not doing this for views, clicks.
But she says, I'm lying. And Eric responds, and her answer to what do you want to say to the podcaster Candace Owens, who is lying, is stop. So Erica would like me to stop lying. And I would like to honor that. Okay. I can only honor that if Erica is more explicit in terms of what I have lied about.
She doesn't owe you that.
What did I lie about? It's just incredible. There have this opportunity. The questions have been before. You could just start like going through them. Maybe they will. By the way, it's coming on Saturday. Maybe I've made a mistake somewhere, and I'm happy. I want to correct that. Right?
Oh, the hell you will. No. Woo, child, that's a damn lie from the pit of hell, Candace. Return that lie to sender. You know Satan himself told her that lie. You don't want to correct anything. That's not your MO. You don't even want to be corrected about an E6 versus an E4 in the military. Candace, you're bad at this. You are soulless at this. You're talking about being corrected. This girl flipped out yesterday because people were emailing her, correcting her on Army military rankings. You can't make this up. She went on a 10-minute rant about it, as opposed to saying, okay, I'm wrong. I stand corrected. Thank you all for correcting me. Moving on. You can't make this up.
I'm not interested. My goal is not to tell lies. It is obviously plausible that I've made mistakes. I've reviewed these lists that we've put together, and I can't find the lie. Okay. The lies that
Deception is a lie, Candace. Deception, misleading, misinformation are all terms synonymous with lying, misleading the public, because you keep lying about this FBI text message. I wish the hell you would file a formal FBI complaint and then say you're making those statements and allegations under the penalty of perjury. Go ahead and do it. I dare you. Why the court won't tell her to do that again? Oh, yeah, they don't trust the feds. Oh, okay, you don't trust the FBI, but you want to sit here and expect them to respond to you.
I find are coming out of Turning Point USA. Okay, and here are some of those lies. Mikey had blood all over him. Okay, Mikey has offered that his dad was confused. I'll accept that. Well, I didn't lie about that. Rob McCoy lied. His father also said he called his father first. Maybe Rob McCoy was confused. Mikey being a hero.
She lied. She reported this as a fact. Listen. Now she doesn't understand the definition of lie. Let me look it up. Go ahead, Candace. I'm going to define the word lie for you because you're not reading and defining anything yourself. Where's our research team? Where's Boys Club? George, where the hell you at? You refuse to tell Candace to make you a damn sandwich. And then she's blaming you for saying instantly, no, you can't go to Phoenix and face anybody in person with all this nonsense because you're a coward and all. So you're not going to tell your wife, say, sit down for a couple of days and chill out. Go make me a sandwich. That's enough of this. He doesn't have the spine to say that. And she literally lied and said, Erica Kirk is the only other person that has the authority and capacity to tell me to shut up, be quiet, and stop. And somehow now it's, well, stop lying. No. That is a lie. That is literally the definition and epitome of lie. Deception, misleading, false, fraud. All terms synonymous with lying. God.
Hero for walking away, doesn't feel honest. Charlie's neck stopping a 30-06 bullet because he ate healthy and had strong bones. It was a modern day Christian miracle. That feels like a pretty big lie.
Dear Lord.
Charlie never wavered in his support for Israel was a nasty lie. Maybe Barry want to what do you want to say to the people that literally lied about what Charlie was living through in the last weeks of his life? Stop, Josh Hammer. Stop, Bibi Netanyahu. No,
They didn't lie. You didn't prove they lied. You're trying to make an assumption a matter of a fact. That's why you're being sued. Bride of Chucky. This is why you're being sued for defamation. You keep trying to force your opinion as a matter of a fact because you can't define the word fact either. And you don't present any evidence or documentation. Just because you said so does not make it a fact. You saying someone lied does not make that factually true when you didn't present evidence. No one owes you the benefit of the doubt to trust you at your word. No one owes you that. When you're saying that it is a fact that they lied, you're saying that you have evidence to support that fact, and you don't. So this misleading, misconception, these false narratives, these false statements, false accusations that can be proven to be false with evidence or even with the absence of the evidence. They're saying you're lying because you're not presenting evidence. And then the information you're presenting is misleading. It doesn't prove anything. These Egyptian planes are irrelevant. We don't care if planes are flying over as long as they have permission to be up there in our airspace. No, the average person doesn't care about all these flights that's occurring over our heads, 35,000 feet up in the air somewhere. The average person doesn't take time to sit here and worry about, I wonder if there's an international flight occurring right now while I'm talking in this video on the live stream. Not one time do I ever wonder that. The importance of an airline or a plane would even be remotely concerning to me if it fell out of the sky or it crashed or something to that extent. If something happened to affect someone's life. Otherwise, the average person with a brain do not wonder, I'm eating dinner. What if an international plane from the continent of Africa is flying over my head right now? It's irrelevant. Who cares? That's what planes do, Candace. They fly in the sky. Because she didn't know that either. You can't make this up. And she talking about stupid things that's irrelevant.
Sorry, Barry Weiss is here. We're not going to get to that. Charlie was a committed evangelical who only liked Catholic architecture. Did I lie about that? Nope. Turning Point USA lied about that. And I was attacked for telling me, I'm attacked for catching the lies. We'll get to that later. That's their new method. Once first they accuse me of lying, then I prove I'm not lying. And then their strategy is to attack me for telling the truth and saying, how dare you reveal a personal text message to defend yourself from being called a liar.
You can't make this up.
We can keep going here. Has any of this been clarified? Ben Shapiro said they never had any bad blood between them. I proved that was not true. Again, that also came from a little PR. God. Alex Clark pulling that move. Next page, Terrell Farnsworth was told to remove that SD card by police. That was not true. Terrell Farnsworth personally told me that was not true. Terrell removed the SD cards because people were stealing hats. Again, not what Terrell Farnsworth himself told me. And also doesn't make any law.
None of this stuff means anything when it comes to Charlie Kirk being shot. I don't care who was wearing a hat. I don't care he came out throwing out t-shirts that you tried to make an issue of. He's throwing out t-shirts for free. You sitting talking about, a nonprofit organization, go figure, is selling merchandise. When she's unlawfully and illegally using a CIA logo or the likeness and image of that CIA logo to earn money without their consent. She has not produced any evidence that she has asked the CIA if she could use the logo of the CIA or any likeness or image of that logo, especially for her to earn money from merchandise. So she's breaking federal laws to make money on merchandise herself, using the logo and the image of a logo from the CIA because reasons. Impersonation of a CIA agent. I mean, no permission for that. No consent. We have federal laws that says you should not do that. And they would never give her consent to do that because why would they? They would have to give everybody consent to do that. Yet again, she wants the FBI to respond to her and say something to her. And she doesn't trust the FBI. Yet again, there's a hypocrisy here. The hypocrisy of this. You're making up stuff that is relevant to direct evidence that can be used in a court of law to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Tyler James Robinson committed murder. None of this would ever be a thought to the jury. It would be objected to as irrelevant. What the hell we care if someone says something about a red maroon t-shirt? Who cares? You can't make this up.
Logical sense, because if you were worried about theft, you would have taken the cameras and not just the SD card, particularly from the camera behind his head, as opposed to the cameras that were in front of him. Lie. Charlie established a Doge and it was not unusual. That's a lie. It was unusual. Doge didn't even exist prior to Elon Musk making that a thing about government accountability. Charlie Kirk's team did not fly drones. Major lie. Brian Harpole told that lie. Brian Harpole also told a major lie when he said that the security had communicated.
They did not fly their own drones. Because once again, words matter. He said they did not fly their own drones. UVU has drones. They flew those. So to say they didn't fly drones at UVU is false, because they did. But to say that they did not fly their own drones will be false, because they didn't do that. They never said that. They said they flew UVU drones. They can't break laws to bring their own drones on and utilize their own drones on the property and the campus of a school. They don't own that property. UVU has the right to say, we don't need you all flying y'all drones on our property. We have drones. You would like to use it, you can. You see how she cuts out words to try to change the entire meaning of it? I've seen UVU drone footage because that's just good reporting. There's a video that the public can watch. So she's sitting here cutting out words to be misleading once again, which Candace, once again, that's called a lie. This false perception you're presenting here by cutting out words, or you're truncating videos talking about, oh, Tyler Robinson didn't say this word, but he said this word. And then instead of her playing the whole video where he says both words, both car and automobile, vehicle and automobile, she only plays a portion of it to fit her moot point, to contort to her lie, this false perception, to mislead the public. And she does it intentionally, because why would she not just play the entire video? This is intentionally being done to mislead the public. The deception of this is literally the definition of deception is lying.
With UVU police to secure those rooftops. That was a lie. It was actually the walkway behind. What am I getting here? What have I done here in this presentation that I lied about?
Oh, God.
Have I made mistakes along the way? Yes, I'm not perfect, and I will always adjust those mistakes. So I'm asking you to tell me what I lied about.
Then her cult members tell us she's comparable to Jesus. And they claim she's God-fearing, while she allows cult members to idolize her, which goes against scripture. So while she's sitting here okay with people idolizing her and comparing her to Jesus Christ, absolutely blasphemous. She's not saying or doing anything to stop that. You don't allow someone to turn you into an idol. That's very dangerous. That's the quickest way to piss God off. But she does nothing to stop this false idol worship of her from all these cult members out here. She could easily just say, can y'all not go out to other people's videos and leave death threats? I don't condone that. Don't say you're a supporter of mine if you out here making death threats and then you're doing it on my behalf or in my defense. Don't do that. She's not saying anything like that. She has not condoned the actions of Nicholas Ray or the other person that was actually arrested for sending online death threats. She hasn't condoned those actions at all. She has literally doxed people herself say they had something to do with the assassination with no evidence. It's false. It's deceptive. It's misleading. It's a lie. Because she refuses to look up the words in the dictionary.
Out. Why is there not this same energy also for the feds? Because they've told some lies. We've got a list of those too. We put that together. We would like some clarity. Again,
no, they don't
Charlie
owe
being
you
shot with
clarity.
30-6. The lover text messages mysteriously presented without any timestamps. Lying about how Tyler Robinson was arrested. They claim that he confessed and turned himself in. That's not what happened. That he said he was guilty. All of his, father said he was guilty. That's not what happened. Never revealed that Tyler Robinson was at the dairy.
I'm speeding this up because listening to her talk real slow like this is just painful. Clearly, she's off script and she's just winging it. I would find this hard to believe that she's reading a script still while she's sitting here stuttering like she always does when she's off script and she's lying. Concocting up a story with no evidence is deceptive. That is lying. Period.
Queen following the assassination. He was throwing clothes away, as I presented to you guys, in the cemetery. That's problematic to the timeline. We'd like some clarity. That's an oddity. They said Tyler Robinson was arrested wearing a maroon shirt. That actually was also not true. They said Tyler Robinson was suicidal, but also turned himself in because he was afraid of being shot by police. Those two ideas seem to be running into each other. How can both of these things be true? Did he want to die or not want to die? Maybe there's an explanation. It's definitely odd. And the footage mysteriously missing of Tyler Robinson turning himself in. And then, of course, there's just like things that we can't get answers to, which is the Egyptian planes, tracking Charlie, following Erica throughout years. Instead, they're laughing at these things.
Because you're not connecting it to Charlie Kirk's assassination, you bride of Chucky. Candace, you're bad at this. Girl, you bad at this. And soulless at this. You're just all of the above. You're not connecting the planes to the scene of the crime. You're not putting any of the passengers at the scene of the crime when he was shot. You're not putting any weapon in the hands of any other suspect. You're not doing any of that. You keep asking for people to give you evidence. No one owes you that. If you can't understand simple concepts and definitions of terms, I mean, reading an autopsy report or the indictment would be just too complicated for her. Candace doesn't have good reading comprehension.
So what am I lying about? Explicitly lying about? Not made a molecular or a minor mistake. We got a time zone wrong. And then it's like, she lied. The plane left a couple of hours earlier. Maybe somewhere I made a mistake on a timeline of Charlie being here on this day when he's actually there on that day. But I'm talking like, where am I lying? Because like I would like to stop if you can tell me. Okay. And maybe they will. Maybe we'll get to that on Saturday. And by the way, to be clear, I am also telling the truth. It is not my opinion that these questions were pre-selected. It's a fact. It's a fact. Like I said, we have insiders. The questions were pre-selected. And one of the pre-selected questions was for Erica, and this will come out on Saturday, setting the stage for her to condemn anti-Semitism, to which she responds and speaks about, as I told you yesterday, how Turning Point will be hosting a Shabbat dinner. And in case the direction of travel for CBS under the stewardship of Barry Weiss is not clear, they even brought in during this town hall the father of the young woman who was shot in DC at the Jewish Museum. I think that was an IDF soldier. I might be wrong about that. They also brought out Hunter Kozak, who asked the last question to Charlie Kirk. They filled the audience with people selected by CBS, college Republicans, with questions selected by CBS. So it just is objectively a controlled and a managed situation, a controlled and a managed conversation, if you will. But, and you can predict this, if you are at home this Saturday and you watch this and you're just, a regular old person around the world and you go, this feels really scripted.
No, it doesn't, girl. I will be, your show is scripted. Candace, your show is scripted. You heifer. You pre-script and pre-record your own show. This was not live. Because if she wanted to do it live, she could. Then that way she won't have time to handpick comments that seems to do nothing more than to embellish her and feed into her pride and ego. And then she will be able to see what's flowing through her chat in real time. And want to see him get mad when someone says she's got damn bots. You can't see him get mad about that. You got bots. They copy and paste the same old thing. And then they oftentimes misspell They have all the characteristics of bots. It's like phishing scams, except, in a live stream with dumb comments. They don't even take the time to be original and do a spell check. Yeah, you can't make this up. Candace, in case you didn't know what lying meant, here it is, because I know you don't know. I'm not even going to say in case. Candace can't define the word lying. Marked by or continuing untrue statements. False. Lying definition 2 out of 2. Present particle of lie. Synonyms of lying. You ready? Candace, you watching? Because I know you are, Heifer. Synonyms of lying. Dishonest. Mendacious. Misleading. Because reading is fundamental. Misleading. Untruthful. Erroneous. False. We can keep going. They got all synonyms in the thesaurus. Because, definitions of terms matter. Untrue. Hypocrite. 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 Candace, I enjoy mollywopping you on the floor with definitions of terms for free. Israel doesn't even have to pay me to do this. I'm still waiting on that check, Benjamin Netanyahu. The candy ass cult member said you're supposed to be paying me $7,000 an hour. While Candace is sitting here talking about you're bad at this, knowing damn well she didn't come up with that. You can't make this up. Candace, hypocrite is a synonym of lying. Because in our reality here on Earth, on this planet we're on, that obviously your mind is not here with us. These definitions of terms, these words are real. Okay? These are facts here. This is a fact. People can Google the definition of the word lying. Untrue. Hypocrite. Because she's a hypocrite. Perjurious. Perjury. Put her ass under oath and then make her say all this stuff under oath. I dare you, Candace. I would love to see her do a lie detector test. Candace, why don't you take a lie detector test? Ooh, how many of you all in the chat would love to see Candace do a lie detector test? Put a 1 in the chat if you think Candace Owens should do a lie detector test. Oh my God, that would be awesome. Put a 1 in the chat if you would love to see Candace Owens do a lie detector test live in real time. 1 in the chat. Candace Owens should definitely do a lie detector test. I expect all the cult members to put 1s because, they believe every word she says and they're saying she's spitting facts and telling the truth. So why not have her do a lie detector test? Candace should do a lie detector test. Yeah, y'all spread the word. Candace, do a lie detector test. You're too afraid and too much of a coward, Candace, to go and face Erica Kirk on the 15th. Do a lie detector test. Because either way, the Macrons, their attorneys are going to depose you. You're going to be placed under oath and forced to answer a lot of questions. Good luck to all that perjury. In the meantime, go do a lie detector test, Candace. That would be awesome. That way she could shut us all up once and for all. Oh, man. Candace, this is why your cult members come over here, because they know damn well, at the very least, the challenge is real. I dare you to do a lie detector test, Candace. I dare you to fly out to Phoenix on Monday and face Erica Kirk. Oh my God, a lie detector test would be epic. I would play that video all day. I really would. I would take my time and react to that. Look at all the ones in the chat, Candace. People would love to see you do a lie detector test, girl. Shout out to you all. Thank y'all so much for tuning in, honey, and engaging in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you would love to see Candace Owens do a lie detector test. That way she can prove to us that she's telling the truth or lying. We'll have something in place. And then have it live stream. That way we can see and hear the questions being asked while you're hooked up to a machine to determine if you're lying. Take a lie detector test. That would be epic. Oh, that would be epic. Look at all these ones in the chat. Detar says hi. How you doing? Candace, your cult members are sitting here switching up profiles and stuff. Like we don't know that. Put a one in the chat. Candace Owens should definitely. Hey, Manny. Candace Owens should definitely do a lie detector test. Hey, Brenda, how you doing? Well, they could. But if she do it live, I think, it'll be a little bit more pressure. Oh, she should do a lie detector test live with Erica Kirk sitting in front of her. Oh, my God, that would be so awesome. Oh, my goodness. Or, even better. Candace Owens and Erica Kirk can both do a lie detector test at the same time. Live stream that. Man, what you say? All the great ideas is just kind of flowing right now at 3-something in the morning. Candace, do a lie detector test right next to Erica Kirk and do a live stream on it. Y'all can go live. That would be the biggest PR strategy ever, since that's all you care about, Candace. You heifer. Do a lie detector test. You and Erica Kirk, y'all can sit down. Y'all don't have to be close next to each other or anything. Y'all can sit down and be asked the same questions. She gives her answer. You give your answer. And then we get to see that live stream in real time. And then we can have a plethora of people analyze the actual lie detector test. I would love to see that. That would be awesome. Yep. The candy ass bots and the cult members, they shouldn't even care. If they trust that you're telling the truth, Candace, you shouldn't be scared to do it. Take a lie detector test and make sure it's live stream. You can't make this up. I would love to do that. I would love to see her do that. Go ahead, Candace. Take a lie detector test. Can't make this up. They don't even want to encourage her to go face Erica Kirk in person in Phoenix on Monday. Like, they make up excuses, like dumbass excuses of that, for every little thing to keep her from being held accountable. Because of exposure and all. You can't make this up. I'm ready for that lie detector test. Go ahead. Let that happen. Let that happen, Candace. Let that happen. Here's a link. I dropped a link as well to the information about the ballistics analysis. Because we read here in the Lady Luck Club. And I enjoy this fact checking in real time. So, to the candy ass cult members, there's the link for you all to click on and read the definition of the word lying and all of the terms that are synonymous to it. That way, when you're sitting here, when she's trying to be specific about one word because she wants to play word salad and semantics, Candace, that stuff does not fly in court, girl. The jury will not care about you trying to sit here and play word games when they can just look up stuff in the dictionary. Smooth-tongued. They got this in here too, Candace. Lie. Misleading, untruthful, fallacious. Because lying. Insincere. Lying. Double-dealing. Erroneous. False. Hypocritical. Lying. Two-faced. Mealy-mouthed. Oh, it got a whole lot of terms up there. Then they have the antonyms. Candace, if you don't know what a synonym is, it means that the definitions are consistent and the same for these words. These terms can be used interchangeably. Because this is how, the English language works. This is how definitions of terms work. This is how synonyms work. And she claims she's got a degree in English. Can y'all believe that? Because I don't. Can't make this up.
The influencers are going to come out and they're going to mark you as evil, demonic even. How dare you question? What? Are you kidding me? This is like, you're not allowed to say that this feels scripted ever, even though this entire thing
I'm just gonna
since September 10th feels scripted to me. But that's not it. Okay, we're going to get more because Erica also sat down with Glenn Beck of Blaze TV. Now, again, this is all a part of a PR blitz for Charlie's upcoming book on honoring the Shabbat, which I'm not going to be doing because I'm Christian. So I'd like to already just say no. Okay. Anyways, Glenn Beck's interview has a bunch of high points, if you will. Foremost, Erica stressing that she believes that the truth is clear. Take a listen.
I don't know how you handle this,
Francisca.
Eric. I don't know how to be dragged into, you were involved in the death and all this crazy, evil stuff.
No, it's sick.
God bless you.
It's sick.
God bless you. It is.
My family means everything to me. Turning Point USA has always been in our life and has always been so good to Charlie, and Charlie was good to his team. Everyone loved Charlie.
Yeah.
I get that. Everyone wants an answer to this evil. And sometimes
When did she say Candace is
my
evil?
family means everything to me. Turning Point USA.
Candace,
a bunch
you
of
are evil. First of all, Candace, you have no soul. So why is any of this bothering you? This is all a PR strategy for you, remember? The opportunity of a lifetime for you to have the greatest PR stunt pulled off in Phoenix, and you don't even take that opportunity. You don't care about the investigation. So why are you sitting here pouring out your emotions and feelings, two things people don't care about, all over social media? You're soulless. Why does any of this bother you? That's why I'm laughing at her. Because she's trying to so-called, come off like she's feeling something. She's so upset. No, she's not. Anyone with a conscience would even think twice, knowing that Erica Kirk is saying, I'm getting more death threats and kidnapping threats, and there's a protection order in place for her and the two children. Two kids that are, one of which is watching this stuff, praying, because Erica can't shield the kids from the internet forever. At some point, they're probably going to come across all these videos, Candace. And the fact that you're being absolutely soulless and you don't care if it puts them in more danger. This is why people are calling you evil. You bride of Chucky. This is why. You got a whole cult believing everything you say, and you won't even look up the definition of the word lying. You can't make this
points,
up.
if you will. Foremost, Erica stressing that she believes that the truth is clear. Take a listen.
I don't know how you handle this, Eric. I don't know how to be dragged into, you were involved in the death and all this crazy, evil stuff.
No, it's sick.
God bless you.
It's sick.
God bless you. It is.
My family means everything to me. Turning Point USA has always been in our life and has always been so good to Charlie, and Charlie was good to his team. Everyone loved Charlie.
Yeah.
I get that. Everyone.
I want y'all to look at this title here. Erica Kirk, Turning Point USA CEO and board chair. Boy, this got to burn your ass, don't it, Candace? Right along with that yeast infection. I told y'all I'm on one today. Candace, your envy and jealousy of Erica Kirk is just shining through your facial expressions, your body language, these little ticks and stuff, the smirks, the smiling you got going on. It's just shining through so bright. You're so jealous and envious of Erica Kirk. You can't stand yourself. You can't even stand yourself. Because you're so jealous and envious of her. And seeing this whole title underneath her name, it's just, oh man, it's just eating her ass up. Even though I'm one where I'm just like, Candace has not convinced me that she actually has a soul or a brain. So, her feeling something is just laughable to me. Candace doesn't feel shit. She doesn't feel a damn thing. Y'all have to mind my profanity. And try not to cuss so much. But situations like this, where somehow she's trying to profess to being a Christian, but she allows a cult to idolize her and compare her to Jesus Christ, which is blasphemous, which goes against scripture. She refuses to denounce the actions of Nicholas Ray. All these people sending out death threats, committing cyber crimes, violating the law, where the Bible is clear that you are to obey the laws of the land. Laws help to keep some level of order. Candace is just stirring up chaos and confusion. You know, Satan's objective is to kill, steal, and to destroy. Candace, the devil doesn't need your help. It's like you're giving up your time and energy willfully. You're out here killing, stealing, destroying. You're killing everybody's energy and good spirit in companies. Christmas is coming up. And instead of Erica Kirk just being CEO, being a mom, being a daughter, because her mother has a physical ailment, taking care of 2 minor small children, she's sitting here having to gracefully go around and debunk this stuff without even saying your name, having to schedule live streams to debunk your nonsense, your buffoonery, your misconceptions, your false statements, your intentional misleading the public, your deception, your fallacious nonsense coming out of your mouth. She's got to try to sit down and put facts and evidence out here to debunk you, as opposed to her getting ready for Christmas time. While you sit here and say nothing to denounce the actions of all these people that are out here sending death threats because someone said something you don't like we owe you something. As if your soulless ass got up on a cross and died for somebody's sins. You think high and mighty of yourself. God has a way of sitting you down. And we don't even have to pray for that. It's called karma. It's going to happen either way. The only thing I ask and pray God for is that God has mercy on your children. Boys clubs got it coming as well because he's aiding in this horrible, evil behavior that you shouldn't even feel any type of way about, Candace. You don't have a soul. None.
Everyone wants an answer to this evil. And sometimes the answer is very clear.
Yeah.
The truth is very clear.
So I just want to say to, first and foremost, Glenn setting that question up, I can't find to this day, because this just feels to me to be like the ultimate straw man, any commentator that has explicitly accused Erica of killing Charlie Kirk. I've seen psychological manipulation of influencers trying to say that if you critique Turning Point, that's akin to accusing Charlie Kirk of Erica Kirk of killing her husband, which is utterly ridiculous. But I have never seen, and maybe I missed it, I've seen a lot, somebody come out and say Erica Kirk murdered Charlie. But that's what they set up always, which is like, I don't know how you are. I've seen people digging into her background. I've seen people speaking about her Romanian charity. I've seen people looking into her mother, all of that. I've seen all of that, but I have not yet seen where this idea that they keep trying to seed into our minds that asking any questions is equivalent to accusing her of murder. That even that feels manipulative to me. Then comes in this totally organic question from Glenn Beck. Totally organic, right? And this is going to be the extreme appeal to authority, which is, okay, if we don't want to answer any questions, we're just going to say, you don't understand how the court works. You shouldn't be asking questions because that could potentially ruin the upcoming trial. Take a listen.
You concerned about his assassin is in court today. Are you concerned about being able to have a jury that's not been tainted?
No, it's a real thing, Glenn, and you get this. A lot of people don't, and I think that we need to do a better job of educating our citizens about our court systems. A lot of people don't know how an actual trial plays out. I am very curious about how the United Healthcare case plays out. We are living in a day and age where social media can absolutely impact. I feel it can. The reason I say that is because I don't want a tainted jury pool.
Thank you.
I want justice for my husband. Anytime we have leads, anytime we hear anything,
Thank you.
We send it to the authorities. We're not messing around. None of us are involved in my husband's murder. None of us. Turning Point USA, myself, any of these other crazy accusations, none of us.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is what I mean.
Okay, so here you go, Candace, because, we're here to learn too. The jury selection process in a criminal court case involves summoning potential jurors, conducting voir dire questioning. I could be saying that wrong because it's Latin. And ultimately selecting a jury that reflects a fair cross-section of the community. Standard citizens that are registered to vote and all can serve on the jury. You got the summoning of potential jurors. So you create a jury pool based on various public records, such as voter registration lists and driver's license databases. Individuals are randomly selected and sent a jury summons, which instructs them to report to court on a specific date. Then you have what's called qualification questionnaire. Upon receiving a summons, potential jurors may be required to complete a qualification questionnaire. This helps the court determine their eligibility to serve. Those who do not meet the qualifications or have valid reasons for being excused, such as an undue hardship, may be dismissed from the jury pool. The voir dire process. Once the jury pool is established, and if I'm mispronouncing that, please let me know. If I'm mispronouncing that, let me know. Oh, thank you, Lawyer Love. I appreciate it. Thank you. Then. Let me see. So here it is. The voir dire process. Once the jury pool is established, the selected jurors are brought into the courtroom for the voir dire process, which means to speak the truth in Latin. During this stage, the jury and attorneys for both the prosecution and defense ask potential jurors questions to assess their suitability for the case. What does that mean? That means that the questions that both parties are able to ask determines whether or not they are at least able to remain impartial, to determine if they've been exposed to anything related to the case that could potentially present any level of bias. They don't want a biased jury because they were sitting around listening to Candace Owens and believing every word she says. Not only would it hurt the case overall, you're literally handing it to the defendant. So when they're asking these questions, which could take, depending on the type of criminal matter you're talking about here, could not even just be a one-day thing. This could take days. Especially if you're not able to really select a jury pool on the first day of this questioning. You can't even come out of a jury pool selection with the questioning here, this voir dire process, with 12 people and maybe, a few standbys in case something happens to the first 12. You have alternatives that are also established. So you have to have people that are already vetted to be alternatives. You have 12 people on the jury. So if something happens, God forbid, 3 people can't be jurors and something happening in the hospital or you go to jail or something like that, pass away, you have alternatives already selected. That might not be something that'll happen in one day. That's why I'm like, why won't you just Google this stuff? Because reading is fundamental. This could be a series of days where you're having to select an impartial jury that you're confident, both parties have to be confident in, believing that this person is going to be impartial and to help deliberate and provide a verdict based on the finding of fact, law, and evidence. Fact, law, and evidence. Not because Candace said so. Evidence. Even testimony is evidence. That's what they mean here. For those who don't understand, because honestly, the cult members don't care. But that's what they mean by tainting the jury. They don't want people who are sitting here absorbing everything Candace Owens says and not reading the indictment. They don't want that. Because if you hand the case over to the defendant, then what? Because it'll be like, okay, you helped, and the defendant being found not guilty or having this case leading to a mistrial. And Candace still can't tell us at least 2 or 3 viable suspects that actually had not only the gun in their hand, that could have possibly pulled the trigger, but were at least at the scene of the crime. They were at least on the UVU campus when Charlie Kirk was shot. She can't even present 2 or 3 other people. So if he is not the shooter, someone is, and that someone will still be out there roaming the earth while Erica Kirk and the kids have this protection order protecting them from anything else happening to them. And this goon of a bride of Chucky can't define the word lying, let alone present evidence. Of course, she doesn't understand concepts like this, and she's already said she does not care about the investigation. That means Candace does not care about any part of the criminal investigation or the murder trial or the jury selection process. She doesn't care about any of this. So why is she sitting here throwing a tantrum and getting mad because someone's calling her evil when she's being evil and soulless and mind-numbing? Why does she care? This is a PR stunt for you, Candace, remember? You don't care about the investigation. You damn sure don't care about the criminal process or procedures or the rule of law. Nothing. This means nothing to Candace. You have this voir dire process. This includes inquiries about their background, because they can do background checks depending on the case you're dealing with and the parties involved. You may end up having some sort of background check done. Beliefs and any bias that may affect their judgment, because this is how this works. Any bias that may affect their judgment. That is the key here. That's why this whole process exists. To make sure you're selecting people. I think it's 12 jurors and 4 alternatives. Correct me if I'm wrong. 12 jurors and maybe 4 or 5 alternatives. Where you're trying to weed out people to ensure that they don't have any biases that may affect their judgment. Nothing Candace has presented would ever be used as evidence in this murder trial. Because there's no evidence to support this crap she's saying, and she has not presented evidence that can be utilized in this murder trial. She won't even post up an email, and when she does post an email, she's redacting the entire email address. And we have no idea if the person that sent it is even real. But they want people to go out and fact check her for what? Tell us who the French government employee is that called you talking about the Macrons are paying Club de Sang for your assassination again. Give us the name of that high-ranking French government employee. Because they called Candace. They didn't call everybody else. They called her ass. But she won't give us the name of that employee. So how would anyone go back and try to fact check this? We don't even know who this person is. Once again. And then additionally, for her to sit here and then just manipulate this entire situation to be focused on her narcissistic ass. Candace, you are soulless at this. You have no soul. Stop pretending as if this hurts your feelings and affects you when you don't have emotions and feelings to begin with. Why don't you just own it? You're already a cult leader. Can't make this up. Challenges and selection. Final jury composition. Conclusion. And I'll post a link to this information, because we read here in the Lady Luck Club. You can't make this up. This is standard. Criminal or civil proceedings, you go through the same process. Same process. That's how this stuff works. Candace also said that, her and Wolves of Finance or whomever that clown is said that they were under investigation by the IRS. No, they're not. Candace, they're not under investigation by the IRS. And even if you wanted to confirm that directly to the IRS, guess what, Candace? You could have done that. You could have called the IRS live on air and asked them, is Turning Point USA under investigation? She don't want to believe anything on the internet or anything that could challenge her stupid narrative. Why not just call the IRS yourself, Candace? Because that would be common sense. This is what happens when you don't look up definitions of terms or you don't read and comprehend. They're not under investigation. So who told her that? Candace, you sitting here misleading the public and being deceptive intentionally. And then you're sitting here talking about, prove to me how I'm lying. There are so many other words that can describe lying and define lying that are synonymous to lying. That's not hard to do. Lying by omission is still a thing too, Candace, because you're not presenting any evidence to support this BS coming out of your mouth either. Don't get mad when people call you a soulless miscreant, Candace. Just wear it with pride.
Where I just feel like we're just doing the same thing over and over and over again in politics, where you can just apply any situation. Like it's how it starts. It's like they come up with a narrative and it feels really stupid. Like applies to COVID, whatever. And then people start asking questions because it feels really stupid. And then they tell you like, oh, I wish you guys were more educated about science. I wish you guys were more educated about doctors and nurses. And like, you're just not there. I wish we could explain to you how these things work. You're going to have to trust the experts. And yeah, I actually think that also because you guys are not trusting the experts, we're going to have to censor people on social media as they did during COVID because social media is problematic. Actually, the problem is free speech ultimately, right? Like the problem is that you have people on social media who are talking common sense and they don't understand this. Okay. That's like, that doesn't work for me. It doesn't work for me and it shouldn't work for you. And this next portion is where we get into the mass formation psychosis element, which is when they're trying to modify our behavior, the behavior of the masses, and they kind of want us to all form around this idea. And this is kind of actually we're all in this together psychology that you're about to see, right? The higher calling element of the psychological conditioning. You guys are focusing on the minutia.
Candace, you're gaslighting and manipulating people, being deceptive and misleading. Because we can use these terms as well. What's good for the goose is good for the gander heifer. That's exactly what you're doing. You're literally telling on yourself. I hope you know that, Candace.
Of that day and whether or not the government is involved with assassinating Charlie Kirk. But, Tim Pool's telling you guys midterms. There's midterms and there's things that's the higher.
Listen, the midterms ain't got nothing to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination. Either you're going to tell us if there's another shooter and show us the photo of this person, give us a name, and then report it over so that person can get collected and picked up and brought to jail. Or you have nothing. You're throwing out distractors. All these outliers that mean nothing to the case because you don't care about it. This is what narcissists do. This is what cult leaders do. This cult of personality. This is what they do. This is their MO. They sit here and they deflect and they dodge, dip, duck, deter, distract. All the D words. They do all this stuff to keep people from really looking at the fact that they're not providing any evidence. They're being false, fraudulent, misleading, deceptive. And they're doing it intentionally, willfully, and knowingly. This is why she's being sued. This is why.
Calling, right? The masses should get around that higher calling. Like, even if it goes against your gut to mask your toddler, even if it goes against your gut to let your grandma die alone in a hospital, even if something is screaming at you and you're saying, why does this all feel...
What? Where's she getting this from? Let your grandma die alone in a hospital?
Followed with assassinating Charlie Kirk. But, Tim Pool's telling you guys midterms, There's midterms and there's things. That's the higher calling, right? The masses should get around that higher calling. Like, even if it goes against your gut to mask your toddler, even if it goes against your gut to let your grandma die alone in a hospital, even if something is screaming at you and you're saying, why does this all feel abusive? Like abusive to toddlers, abusive to our grandparents, let them die alone. Why does it feel to me, my instinct tells me that we shouldn't put medical masks on toddlers who can't see expressions? Well, the higher calling is that you should always ignore your gut.
Wait, toddlers don't wear masks because you're trying to hide an expression. It's because you're trying to shield them from breathing in some particle, a virus or a bacterial strain that can be infectious. What the hell is she talking about? She's just rambling.
Right? Because we're all in this together and there's something bigger that we can aspire to.
Candace, you and your cult members are in that together. Your bots are just working overtime for that Christmas bonus. They feel nothing. I could care less. You and your cult are in this together. What I don't understand is why you and your cult won't go over to Russia and claim residence like you said you wanted to do. She said she wanted to become Russian and go move to Russia. Take your cult members and you go to Russia. Bye, Felicia.
You should violate your gut instincts, and that's what's coming next. Take a listen.
I don't need you to comment on this, but I think mental illness is involved in some
Candace
of this
is crazy.
stuff that is online.
Yeah, and Glenn, I'll be honest, I am not going to waste my time.
A judge
I'm not going to waste my time in combating people, like going toe to toe, calling people names. That's just not me. That's not how Charlie operated. There's no reason for me to go down a dark place like that. I am so
I'm telling y'all, this Judge Rennie is going to order her to a psych eval because all these videos are going to get played because it establishes Candace's character. And if they see all these people saying there's some sort of mental health or mental illness issue going on, at this rate, she's going to be ordered to a psych eval. Where Candace, you can go in there and malinger if you want to against a trained, licensed psychiatrist. They will be able to know that you're malingering. And if you don't know what malingering is, Candace, you can define that word. I'll let you and the cult members sit here and look up something for once on dictionary.com. Malingering.
Tired of the fracture. What drives me nuts is that Charlie, he has worked and provided and has blessed us with so much, like literally his book. He has blessed us with so much wisdom, so much. He's just such a good thought leader. He blessed us with laser focus on the mission, on saving this country. But
if the judge determines that you're exemplifying behavior that warrants a psych eval, they can order you to a psych eval, even in a civil matter. A judge in a court of law can order her to a psych eval, especially when there's sufficient evidence. Her behavior in these videos. I don't expect cult members to pick this up, but a judge can do that. And her attorneys probably would not even object to it because they're seeming to want to stall this lawsuit from moving forward with a hearing. And yet they're the ones sitting here filing a motion to dismiss. Candace, whatever happened to you saying you did not want that case to be dismissed and you wanted to get to the discovery phase? Now you're lying and misleading people to believe that it's a matter of jurisdiction issue when it's not. You destroyed your own defense. Why not tell the truth and just say, I wanted to file a motion to dismiss because I want to see first if the judge could dismiss this lawsuit. It's standard. It's typically the first step that people take in a civil matter, in a lawsuit. Instead of her saying that, she said on Tucker Carlson's show, she doesn't want that lawsuit to be dismissed. And yet there are 2 motions to dismiss on file with the court, along with a motion to strike the first amended complaint. That's not an indication you're trying to move forward with that lawsuit, that you want discovery to get out. And then even so, the discovery that they've sent her, the exhibits they've sent her, she hasn't accepted any of that because it doesn't feed into her moot point and her false narrative she's painting. You know, because false also means lie.
Instead, we're so focused on who did what. Like, yes, we will figure all that out. Yes, this is a murder case. He did not die in a car crash. Yes, that will be handled. But my husband's legacy is not about his murder. My husband's legacy is what he left behind.
I just reject that.
You can't be ordered to.
Okay, I reject that. There's a higher calling that we need to all get around, and the legacy of actually the legacy. If we find out that the government is implicated, and it looks like to me, and I think a lot of people on the outside, the government is implicated. Otherwise, it wouldn't require every department of the government using propaganda to convince us against common sense. Okay, and if we find out that the government is implicated, then actually his legacy is going to be that a person.
Candace, weren't you supposed to be finding that out? What the hell you been doing for 4 months? Other than sitting here, you know, talking about Africa as if it's a country and not a continent. What have you been doing for 4 months? You haven't figured out by now if the feds are involved or not? Isn't that supposed to be part of your research? You're saying you're looking into this so-called investigation of Charlie Kirk's assassination. And yet you're still asking questions as if it just happened today. 4 months of this, and you still can't say whether or not you have sufficient evidence to show the government is a part of this thing. You're still asking that question after 4 months, and yet you want to sit here and say they're just repeating themselves. So are you bride of Chucky. You're still asking about, oh, well, who did it? You're supposed to be answering that question. So who did it, Candace? You know, because we can ask questions as well. Candace, are you involved in this? We're just asking questions here. Because after 4 months, you can't seem to be competent enough to even start answering that question your damn self. So why are you still asking these same questions after 4 months? What the hell you been doing for 4 months in all these videos where you're still asking who killed Charlie Kirk? You should be telling us by now.
Person who gave all of himself,
you can't make this up,
to helping people get elected, all of himself to this political machine, was ultimately killed by it. And I think that matters to a lot of people. And I think it's obvious it matters to a lot of people because what feels like $1 billion campaign of propaganda against it doesn't seem to be working. There is something very big that we are very close to unpacking here. And the panic that we sense right now in deploying what feels to me to be a really nasty emotional tactic here, basically trying to say to people, how dare you go against the grieving widow? How dare you go against David Hogg? Right? And you're like, well, I don't know if David Hogg, I know I'm very sad.
Who's going against Erica Kirk? You're not even trying to face her face to face in Phoenix, girl. Shut your cowardly ass up. You can't make
obviously that a school shooting happened.
You know what? No, keep talking. Keep on talking. I want this more evidence just out that can be used against you in court. You won't even go to Phoenix on Monday and face Erica Kirk face to face in person. Because now you got a whole lot of reasons why you can't do that. And it's nothing to do with her safety, by the way. Candace Owens herself said, George told her, no. Instantly told her, no. She can't go. So, in that situation, now she wants to sit here and pretend to be submissive. But George ain't said anything about her sitting here showing a court of law of anything else that she needs to have a psych eval. And she can't define the word lying. I mean, he's not saying a damn thing about this. This is insane.
Shooting at high school should not happen. No child should have lived with that. But why does that mean David Hogg gets to go to Harvard? Right? Does that make sense? Like, does he belong at Harvard?
No one cares about David Hogg. Get past this point, girl.
How you evil,
no one cares.
demonic person. Are you possessed? How could you ever question his authority and whether or not he's equipped to run the charity and speak on, gun issues? He survived a school shooting. That's what they're doing right now. And I want to also say that why I don't love these interviews, and I say this with great deference to Erica.
Yeah, we don't love you. We don't love you. Is she about to repeat herself about this being pre-scripted and questions being hand selected. Are we doing this? While she sits here and reads a script 98% of the time. And when she goes off script, it's so easy to pick up.
And in the beginning, with some of these interviews, I said, look, like, of course, they're going to want to make sure they screen these questions. Like, she's going through a lot.
Yeah,
She's transitioning.
okay,
She's doing this. She's like, I wouldn't want to be in her position. We're 3 months in now. Okay. We are still getting rehearsed answers. And I feel like what is missing from all of this is
evidence. Evidence is missing from all of this from you, Candace. You, Candace, have failed to produce any evidence to prove any claim that someone else shot Charlie Kirk and not Tyler Robinson. Candace, you're not even trying to do this to where it doesn't make you look like you need a psych eval, girl. Malingering. Candace, I'll let you define the word malingering. I'm still waiting on your cult members in my chat to define it. Drop the definition of malingering if you know what it is. Because obviously she can't define the word lying or lie. So we'll say malingering. Candace, I know you don't know what it means. And you don't educate your cult members on a damn thing. So if anyone knows the definition of the word malingering, please post it in the chat. I would love for the Lucksters to show these candy-ass cult members how it's done. Post the definition of the word malingering. I can guarantee you, lying is going to be in that definition.
I don't know, like passion, normal passion, not this like chat GBT
we don't care about
feeling of, well, we all need to unite around the mission. It's like, no, I don't really care about cash. I would just be like,
okay, well, demonetize your videos. You don't care about cash. Stop taking supers. All those supers that you get in your pre-recorded premieres of your videos. Cut off the feature. Cut off the ability to get monetized. Take out your sponsors. Stop giving us your sponsors. Turn off the monetization. You don't care about cash. None of your videos should be monetized. Why? You and your husband worth $244 million. You don't need the money. We dare you to cut off your monetization, Candace. Cut it off. Stop giving your sponsors. Tell them you don't need the money. You're not doing this for money. So you're not going to mention your sponsors in your videos anymore, right? You're going to cut off the monetization, the Google AdSense in your videos, correct? You're going to cut that off? Are you going to turn off the ability to get supers? Those super chats, super thanks, all that stuff. You're going to cut that off? I mean, why be monetizing?
What is the borough doing? What, has anybody traced this down? Okay. I don't know if Candace is crazy, but she says the French Foreign Legion was there. Has anybody chased this down? I texted her. I got this information. Okay, it's wrong. That's a dead end. Let me move over here. I've got files. I'm going to run this investigation alongside you, Cash. And I don't know what he's doing. I want like one critique of the FBI, one critique of anything, which the public is saying is worthy of critique. Like, it's almost like you're dressing down public perception. Like, people think that you can have enough money to just cut over people's gut instincts. That's what it is. It feels like we're so rich, you don't have the right to think. Okay? We are rich enough to remove that. So stop thinking. The elites are here. It feels elite.
Candace,
that's why I hate this. It feels elite.
Candace, you are an elite. $244 million. I'm going to look it up again. Maybe it's gone up since then.
Feels like the opposite of whatever turning point felt like when they were the underdogs, right? This entire presentation is elite. I'm on CBS stage with pre-packed questions and Barry Weiss and...
Why is she throwing the tantrum? Okay, so shout out to all of you all that's dropping the definition of the word malingering. S-Files has it as malingering is when a person intentionally fakes, exaggerates, or induces physical or psychological symptoms for an external benefit. These benefits can include things like avoiding work, school. I'm sure there's more here. You can't make this up. All right, here it is. Military duty, avoiding legal responsibility, such as claiming illness during a court case, getting financial compensation, or disability benefits, obtaining drugs or medical care they don't actually need. Candace, you still won't look up the definition of the word malingering? Can't make this up. And she's still saying the FBI is leading this. Oh, I think I feel your pain, girl. It's the prosecutors in the state of Utah, Candace. They're supporting the prosecutors in the state of Utah where the crime was committed. The state of Utah versus Tyler James Robinson, not the FBI. You can't make this up. The state of Utah has detectives, police officers, investigators that are spearheading this investigation. The FBI is providing support. There is a difference, Candace. You don't trust the feds. So why are you even talking about the FBI, Candace? Because soulless and all. You can't make this up. She doesn't trust the feds. So why does she care? Don't bring them up. Malingering is not considered a mental disorder. It's viewed as behavior where someone has a clear conscience, motive to deceive for personal gain. Deceive. Candace, the definition of deception is lying. You can't make this up. They're not playing with you in court. This is one of the reasons why the defense is sitting here talking about we don't want cameras in the courtroom. These dumb lies she's telling with no evidence, misleading the public, being deceptive intentionally and willfully because she keeps repeating these dumb conspiracy theories. It's going to hurt the case. You're literally going to hand them a mistrial because the jury, who knows how deep this coat goes, right? I mean, I'm sitting here wondering, would it even be easy for them, to select 12 people plus maybe 4 or 5 alternatives that are not somehow a part of this dumb cult of Candace Owens, where they see that they think of her as Jesus. They literally think she's Jesus Christ. They compare her to Jesus Christ. You can't make this up.
I obviously have rehearsed this answer because I got these questions ahead of time. I obviously know I'm going to get asked this, so I'm going to do I don't even like, and this is a fact.
Her show.
You can ask anybody who's ever interviewed me. I never ask for questions ahead of time. I don't want to know.
You're literally prescripting your shows. You took time to write a script for this. You don't wing it. You're not that smart or creative. Candace, you're soulless at this. You pre-script and pre-record your shows. I'm live in person. I don't have to pre-script a damn thing. We're researching in real time. We're looking up definitions of terms in real time. Legal concepts in real time. Your candy ass is over here just, balling out, I guess. In real time. You pre-script and pre-record your videos. She's never live in person. Never. And then when she goes live, it's for a book club where she sits here and insinuates the entire executive branch of government is a part of Charlie Kirk's assassination. You can't make this up. They're part of this cover-up with no evidence. Oh, and everyone is being treasonous. Did y'all forget that she accused people of being treasonous? I got the print screen. Candace has literally accused people of being treasonous. I don't even know how much more worse it gets with the defamation than that. She has accused people of being treasonous. Treasonous. A term she still can't define either. Treasonous. You understand that? Child. Treasonous. Some big, great betrayal. Somehow treasonous with no evidence. And yet somehow she thinks people are supposed to care how she feels right now. Facts don't care about your feelings, Candace.
I don't want to know the direction it's going into. I never give them anything. I never say we can't talk about this. I think it's off record, because even getting questions ahead to me, preparing answers feels fake and gay, right?
Oh Lord,
That
never mind.
just feels
I never mind,
rehearsed.
George. You
because
can't
it
make
is.
this
It
up.
has to be rehearsed. You have questions ahead of time, and at this stage, I don't like it. I don't like it. I want
We don't
something
care.
that feels
We don't care.
anywhere where it feels authentic. Like one question mark that you have, you're like, oh, like I'd like you to be like, I don't know about those.
I got a question mark, Candace. When are you going to tell us the name of the high-ranking French government employee that told you the Macrons are making payments to Club DESIST for your assassination? When are you going to drop the name of this female French assassin and this male Israeli operative? Why do hired hitmen deserve more privacy than Charlie Kirk's ER visit with a hospital? Or this girl you referred to earlier in your video, where you're saying now people need to go and investigate her while they're impersonating investigators. Why is it that a female French assassin and a male Israeli operative can't be named, and they're hired hitmen, allegedly, in your world, in your reality? You won't name them. You won't report them. You won't turn them in. You won't file a formal FBI complaint. Why won't you file a formal FBI complaint, Candace? That way, these allegations can be done under the penalty of perjury. Why won't you do that? Why won't you take a lie detector test, Candace? Why won't you fly your little ass out there to Phoenix on the 15th and face Erica Kirk? I mean, we can ask questions here. You're just incapable of answering them.
Text messages. I think Tyler Robinson pulled the trigger, but the text messages are weird. It's just, I trust my team. My team is amazing. And my favorite date is April 24th because it's not too hot and it's not too cold. And all you need is a light jacket. Like it feels fake. It does. I'm sorry. And I am still interested in getting basic answers to our questions. I don't accept that that's somehow going to ruin the court case because that's a nonsense. You cannot logically explain to the public how letting us see Mikey McCoy's phone records, just one example, if that's really causing you so much grief.
It's irrelevant. We don't care about his phone records. You can't put a gun in his hand the moment Charlie Kirk was shot. We don't care about Mikey McCoy's phone records. It's going to prove nothing towards the actual murder investigation against Tyler James Robinson. Those phone records aren't going to reveal anything about Mikey McCoy being the shooter. And if you, Candace, if you knew how to get this stuff, why won't you just get it? You want the FBI to hand you somebody's phone records, which is an invasion of privacy. If they had any phone records, because she doesn't understand what's shown on a phone record, they would not release that to the public because it would be doxing, Candace. It would have people's names, phone numbers, information probably related to an account on a phone. Why would we need that? I wouldn't even want that type of evidence to be made available to the public before the murder trial starts. I just literally went over the jury pool selection. I've gone over federal laws that explain why evidence is not released in any federal investigation either. It creates a bias. It taints the jury pool selection. This is what I mean by Candace lacking reading comprehension skills. And of course, she's not going to research this stuff on her own, because of course, she's not going to do that. The incompetence is staggering. Hypocrisy means lying too, Candace. You're a hypocrite.
Here they are. Here's who we called on that day and for how long. How would that implicate? How would that frustrate your lawyer's efforts?
Look it up.
How would the current court case and the jury pool be impacted if you answered about why these Egyptian planes, why it's a statistical anomaly for these Egyptian planes to be surrounding Turning Point USA faith of
planes are irrelevant. You still can't place them at the scene of the crime, nor any of the passengers at the scene of the crime. Nor can you prove that anyone on those planes went to UVU and pulled the trigger. You won't even try to connect Tyler James Robinson to these Egyptian planes. Because reasons. I asked if Tyler James Robinson parachuted out this Egyptian plane as it flew over UVU. She can't even make that connection. She can't even say, here's photo evidence and video footage of Tyler James Robinson actually getting off of the Egyptian plane. Wouldn't that make more common sense? Because common sense is something she doesn't understand either.
Events, you and Charlie this many times. How would that impact? And again, I'm a gut player. It's common sense. So forgive me for not being elite enough and educated enough and expert enough to understand how it would impact things. Explain it to me like I'm not a legal expert, like I don't trust legal experts. I think they're all full of shit. Explain it to me that way.
Okay, if you don't trust the government, you don't trust legal experts, you don't trust lawyers, even though you have 3 of them. Why is your lawyers filing motions to dismiss then if you don't trust them? You do know, Candace, lawyers are legal experts. They went to law school. They have bar license. They have law degrees. Attorneys are considered officers of the court. You have 3 attorneys, and you're sitting here saying you don't trust legal experts? Legal experts have to have at least a law degree or some sort of criminal justice background, an educational background, something you don't have, Candace. You don't trust law experts, but you've got 3 attorneys representing you in a lawsuit where you want them to petition the court to have a lawsuit dismissed, not go to the discovery phase. But you don't trust legal experts? So she doesn't trust court documents. So everything in her world is fake and gay. Candace, why sit here and throw a temper tantrum? You're wailing all over social media. And for what? You don't have a soul. You don't care about this stuff. Facts don't care about your feelings either.
It's not tracking. It's not tracking. And I get it. It's me against the whole world. Actually, it's not. It's me against the elites. We've done this a lot of times.
No, well, you got your cult members. So, you see how the cult members get left out of this.
Like I said, Ukraine, COVID, there's a formula here. There's a pattern here.
I got my coat.
If all of the mainstream apparatus and all of the influencers are pushing something and calling the other thing evil, we're probably about 2 years away from them all then apologizing and being like, I just got it wrong. I shouldn't have told you.
It's mighty funny how she says me against the word. Candace, you got a whole coat. You gonna just leave the coat hanging?
To get the vaccine. It's a pattern that I've noticed. So I'm going to stick with saying that what happened on September 10th, we are not getting the truth about. We will be back after a few messages from our sponsors.
Why
all right,
you
guys, when
sponsors that you're not doing this for
I think
money?
He took clothes and hid them. That's the vibe. We are too rich. We are elite. We are.
Candace, you're an elitist. Oh, that's right. I was looking up how much money her and George Former were worth.
Rich, we are powerful, we have
All right,
connections,
boys, well.
and you guys are just beneath us. It's there's like an element of feudalism here. Like we are the lords, and who are you? Who are you? We can afford this, and we're gonna keep pushing. And until you believe what we say happens, even when it just makes no sense, it's frustrating. Like I'm frustrated by it.
No one cares,
and
girl.
again, I have been clear. I think Tyler Robinson was involved on that day. I think there were multiple people that were involved in that day. Obviously, most people were involved. I think he took clothes and hid them in the cemetery or whatever next to the Dairy Queen. But I don't think.
Candace, George Farmer's net worth is estimated to be between 180 million and 240 million. He is a successful businessman known for his roles as CEO of Parler and Redfield and Wilton Strategies. Candace Owens, while not as publicly known, Candace, the internet is saying you're not as publicly known. It has a net worth estimated around 5 million. Together, you and George come up to at least maximum $245 million. Minimum $185 million. How does this not make you an elitist? I don't get it. You claim to be number one on Earth, on our planet, where you don't belong, you alien. She admitted this herself, y'all. By the way, I'm sure the candy ass cult members, they don't listen well either. Even when they're watching her show obsessively, they don't even listen to the words that she's saying. She actually admitted she's an alien. So we're gonna go with that. Let's go with the fact, based on Candace's own admission, that she is an alien and she does not belong on our planet. At minimum, the Alien and Boys Club are valued at $185 million. Maximum $245 million. Candace, that makes you an elitist. You're in this high society. You're in this status where the average person is not up there. You can't. She doesn't understand the definition of elite either. Candace, you got a lot of words to look up. You can't make this up.
Think that he was on campus that day. I do not believe that Robinson was on campus that day. And I would just also like to point out how easy it would be for them to give us anything believable. How would, help me out, guys. Again, I'm not a legal expert. Glenn Beck understands this stuff, but who am I? I'm so sorry, Glenn. I don't explain it to him.
You didn't go to law school, you alien. Come on, Brother Chucky. Show us your degrees. You claim to have 2 of them. Neither of them is in law or criminal justice or anything related to that. Based on science, none of it. It's journalism in English. And I'm questioning the English one. She won't show us her actual degrees. The journalism or English degree. But all of a sudden, she's getting upset because people are telling her she doesn't have a law degree. She doesn't. Candace, where did you go to law school? Can't make this shit up.
But I don't understand how if they just released a video of him taking the shot, because there's video of that, how would that ruin their case? How would that not support their case, actually? And also support their case with the public? Like, that would be the first thing I would do, rather than try to deploy this propaganda effort. You could just present something solid, like some.
Candace says she has obsessed over this and watched countless videos of Charlie Kirk being shot over and over and over and over again. And in all those videos, she didn't see a video of him shooting Charlie Kirk. Candace, video footage that's going to be that up close and personal to the shooter is going to be shown to the jury. Something you're not going to be selected for. You don't live in that district where the case is being heard in the court of law. What makes you think they don't have it? They just don't owe you that. And you would think all you have to do is let this play out in court. And then this evidence could be released to the public after it's shown to the jury. Why is that so hard for her and this cult to understand? I mean, and it might be difficult to understand more than 3-syllable words for them. But at the end of the day, this information is going to be released at some point after the trial. So being impatient doesn't get you anywhere. Once again, she doesn't care about the investigation, though, right?
Something that isn't flimsy in this entire thing. And I think that would be my call. I would just be like, here you go. There you are. Happy for you to see it. He took the shot, and you're going to see Tyler Robinson jump down, and it's not going to impact her case, because how could it? It's open and shut. He wrote out this entire confession.
Jumping down. Is that not video footage of him jumping down off the damn rooftop? What the fuck is going on? She really is in an alternate reality. Candace, can you ET phone home? Somebody tell Candace to ET phone home. This whole alien has crash landed on our planet, and she refuses to ET phone home. You can't make this up. Candace, ET phone home. You've already admitted you're an alien. Wherever you've come from, ET phone home, girl. You can't. We've seen video footage of him jumping off the rooftop. What are you talking
You're seeing the footage. Nope, they can't do that. Well, guys, I'm happy to learn that Tyler Robinson is not AI because I mean that it's been so weird that we just can't say anything about him. Obviously, I'm being tongue in cheek, but he has finally appeared in person. He made his first in-person court appearance. Kind of seemed like he was smiling. I did not get the energy of someone who is worried.
Did not understand that the other appearances were done virtually. He was not in the courtroom. It was virtual. He makes his in-person court appearance. You know, Candace, I understand you're wrestling with the definition and concept of in-person. Sort of like you being in person in Phoenix on the 15th to face Erica Kirk and TPUSA. You can literally go to Phoenix on Monday and be in person to challenge anything they say or ask them questions. In person means you're there in the physical flesh. I understand you're saying you're an alien and perhaps you're not made of flesh and bone, but you can still go be in person to face Erica Kirk, just like Tyler Robinson was in person in court. Why is this complicated for her? You know, because incompetency and all.
About getting the electric chair. There's nothing really to add here. There wasn't anything that really came out of this hearing. Everything is obviously very preliminary at this stage. This is going to take a long time, but we're obviously hoping that they are going to allow transparency and accessibility to the case by allowing the media in there. Media organizations, even for this case, are requesting the transcript of the hearing, and hopefully we will have more. But he exists, okay?
We knew that, girl. We knew that.
In other news or things that I'm frustrated about is just more than the people who hate me and are dedicated every minute, because apparently they're allowed to get clicks off of my name.
Define the word hate, girl. We call you soulless. I've never said I hated Candace Owens. I don't even want her to shut up. She said Erica Kirk is the only person with the power and capacity to tell her to shut up, be quiet, and stop. I said, keep talking, because you're just putting out more evidence. TPUSA needs to sue the crap out of her for defamation. All these death threats they're catching because of you is all your fault, Candace. You don't have a soul. Why does any of this bother you? ET phone home.
I'm not allowed to talk about what I want to talk about on my show, but they can talk about what they want to talk about over and over and over again on their show. But I reserve more contempt for the people.
She's been talking about it for 4 months. The hypocrisy of it all, because, hypocrisy is synonymous with lying. Candace, you're lying. You've been doing this for 4 months. I mean, your videos are evidence of that. You've talked about what you've wanted to talk about for 4 months. None of your videos have been taken down. How is she being hindered? Even in this video, she's saying what she wants to say. She just doesn't care about it being damaging or defamatory, but she's saying what she wants to say. She has literally said what she wanted to say for 4 months. But she won't go say what she wants to say in person to Erica Kirk's face. You can't.
Who don't have the courage to just hate me and instead try to hide behind Bible verses. There is something that deeply and spiritually bothers me about that. And chief among them is Allie Beth Stuckey, okay? She presents herself, like her brand is squeaky, clean Christianity, does a lot behind the scenes. She's hired like a monster PR agent. Anyone will tell you that. There's not a single Daily Wire host, Matt Walsh, Michael knows, nicest people ever, Brett Cooper, nicest person that will defend Allie Beth Stuckey's current PR agent, who is just literally hell-bent on advancing Israel's cause by any means necessary. Like by sending someone to follow me after I was no longer employed there to try to make me look bad on camera. She keeps files and cuts people out of context and then sends it to people like Ian Miles Chung. I mean, this is a bad person who Allie Beth has hired, but we're supposed to believe Allie Beth is Christian. Anyways, I do want to point to this because she's now, no, it's always biblical. So you can never question whether or not she's just being.
Candace, you've already said all this before about the same person. You're talking about people repeating themselves, you alien.
A mean girl and using Bible verses to qualify being mean. But
Candace, you're mean and a bully. You're soulless too. You're heartless. You're also brainless. You're an alien. I mean, you've already said that. You don't care about any, like, you literally don't care about this. This stuff isn't hurting her feelings. She's putting on a show. She's putting on a show. Candace, post a text message you sent to the FBI agent.
Yesterday, we peaked because she's now moved to being a teacher and letting you know that not trusting the mainstream narrative actually
Holy
is
moly.
it's a rhetorical device that was used during BLM. Let's just read her post here. This really annoyed me, and even further, the comment section annoyed me. But she wrote, in 2020, we all became familiarized with the Kafka trap. It's a rhetorical trick wherein you insist that someone's denial of an accusation proves their guilt. You're denying you're a racist because of your white fragility. It's a way to make your arguments irrefutable without ever having to provide evidence. BLM uses this tactic repeatedly, and now Candace has taken a page out of their book. Anyone, including Charlie's own wife, who pushes back against her conspiracies are only doing so because it's a psyop. They're getting paid. It couldn't possibly be that people...
Yeah, Candace, have you not read the comments that your cult members are leaving in everybody's chat? Are you not paying? Because this is why she needs to go live at least once a week. Not pre-record and pre-script your shows, girl. Go live so you can see these comments in real time. Your cult members are saying all of these things in my chat right now. You know, because they're here. They came at their own risk. I've made that clear. They came here at their own risk, at their own peril. They're literally leaving these comments in my chat that Allie is reiterating in that post. Literally. Some word for word, you know, like copy and paste because they lack originality and still can't get you to post up a text message you sent to the FBI or some payments from Club DESIST. You know, real evidence. They're leaving comments in the chat proving Allie right. Bottom line, it's in my chat. You can't delete the text, the comments either. Why would I block what they're confirming? They literally debunk Candace. Oh, it's not about views, likes, and clicks and money for her. But then they come in and actually leave comments saying she's a millionaire. She has more views than you. There are 155,000 people in her chat. So you're reiterating the fact that she's doing this for views, likes, clicks, money. How many times does she say, I'm #1 podcaster on the planet, with no evidence with that? #1 of the category is not the same thing as #1 overall. But, you know, because concepts like that go over her head because she's an alien. She doesn't care about all this hypocrisy happening in my chat right now. And most of these bots and cult members refuse to look up definitions of terms, even though I've done it for them with lying. Hypocrisy was synonymous for lying. Candace, your own cult members are debunking you every time you say something. Because for reasons, they think that they're defending you when they're not. They're proving you wrong. You're doing this for views, likes, clicks, and money. Because they tell us that in every single live stream that I have. And make it a point to say you have a lot more views, likes, money, and clicks. They're not even smart enough to not debunk you, and you're their cult leader. They also think you're comparable to Jesus Christ.
Sincerely disagree with her methods or can disprove her faulty logic. It's an effective, albeit dishonest, way to solidify yourself as the only champion of truth. Now, first and foremost, this is a very unfortunate example for her to use BLM, saying that 2020 taught us that many people fall for this type of thing, because the truth is most...
I'm going to answer this question, user. Do you think her suspicions are viable or not? No. I've literally dared her to file a formal complaint to the FBI based on this so-called assassination thing she keeps bringing up, or to post a text message to the FBI. I repeat these things in the live streams often because the candy asses, you know, are slow with registering that, and bots don't care. She won't even post the simple evidence that she would need to prove someone's making payments to a club. And you have someone that called her and said these payments exist. There's a paper trail. But she didn't bother to ask that French government employee to send her an email of those payments, of the paper trail. I repeat this often because, I guess repetition is needed in order for common sense to kick in at some point. I guess my Luxers don't really need it, but this is why I laugh at the copy and pasting of the comments where you're debunking Candace, trying to defend her, because you can't make this up. I don't believe crap coming out of her mouth. And I don't owe her that either. The entitlement of her thinking people owe her some level of belief is laughable. To everything in heaven, on earth, and probably in hell. Candace, you have no soul. You're an alien. Why do you care? ET phone home, girl. Take a lie detector test.
People don't want to think. Actually, Allie, ironically, I actually did the documentary on BLM and George Floyd. And the lessons of the George Floyd movement was that the entire media plus influencers can collude to suspend rational thinking and can use emotional arguments, right, to get you to stop looking at a corrupt charity. I can't believe she used this example.
Candace is being nothing but emotional right now. Candace, facts don't care about your feelings, alien. You bride of Chucky.
It's like, there's something more that could be in my defense than saying, oh, remember what happened in 2020? Yeah, I do remember what happened in 2020. The media lied about George Floyd. They lied about how he died. A video went viral. Every influencer posted black squares, called people racist, said you were with them or you're against them. You were evil if you didn't understand how far racism had become. And then little old me did a video and I disrupted this narrative by telling people the facts about George Floyd's background, his record. I then did a documentary on it. And I revealed to the world that the media actually is to blame. Like, they will collude with each other. These are powerful organizations. They can make something go viral. They can make evil look like good and good look like evil. That is actually the true lesson.
That's what you're still doing, Candace. You're doing that. For you to be able to recognize that pattern is proof that you're doing it. You understand it. You're misleading the public. You're making these same claims over and over again, but you still won't post simple evidence for an FBI text message. You're doing that right now. Facts don't care about your feelings. Why are you sitting here throwing a tantrum, girl? You're a grown-ass woman with 4 kids. Why are you throwing this temper tantrum? She can't have rational conversations with anybody. And she certainly doesn't reflect that with her cult, because they don't do it either. They don't even try to think about the aspect of common sense. I mean, why would they? What is she sitting here wailing about?
Of corporate structure versus really just a few truth tellers, people who are actually willing and dared to question that narrative. Okay. Now, my issue is that when people push back on her, she just pulls out the Bible. Okay. Like, for example, this is in the comment section. Somebody wrote to her because she's been sniping at me and it's been very mean girl-esque. This person wrote this on Instagram. They wrote in the comment section, you keep inserting yourself into this topic, but you never add any real value. So what is the agenda for you here?
That's an opinion of some cult member or bot. Candace, you're bringing forth all of these allegations and you refuse to post simple evidence. You alleged that you sent a text message to some high-ranking FBI agent about an assassination plot. Post the text message. Post the payments to this club. Connect these Egyptian planes to UVU campus, to the scene of the crime. I say scene of the crime because it's probably the only way she's going to really understand this, because, incompetency and all. Connect the planes to the scene of the crime. Start with that. Identify anybody that was on that Egyptian blue or yellow plane to have been on the campus when Charlie Kirk was shot. Start with that and go from there. Candace, you literally should be telling us who shot Charlie Kirk, because you've been at this for 3 or 4 months. And you're still asking the question again. We're past the asking of you this question here as if it just happened. Isn't this the purpose of her researching this stuff? Once again,
Candace wasn't even mean to you when you inserted yourself the first time. So mean girl energy, like, that's a fair question. She does have mean girl energy.
Candace is doxing people, posting up medical information without consent. sending out marching orders for her cult members and her bots to go out and investigate someone impersonating investigators. She literally said in her video, people in Tennessee should call and report any Ukrainians to the authorities, even though they're not committing a crime. And that's not somehow mean girl and cyber harassment and bullying. She won't even stop at the behest of Erica Kirk. You know, the person she said is the only one with the power and capacity to tell her to stop, be quiet, and shut up. The harassment, the bullying, the defamation, the doxing. Candace, that's the epitome of mean girl, you alien.
Then she says, oh, Britt, I comment on the news. Charlie was my good friend. No one commenting on the story is inserting themselves any more than Candace is. You don't see value in learning how to decipher truth logically and biblically, and that's okay. Like that sentence, just play it again. I want to read it again. You don't see the value in learning how to decipher truth logically and biblically, and that's okay. My content is not for you then. How does that not just make your skin crawl? I don't know. Like, does that not make your skin crawl?
No. What makes my skin crawl is you doxing someone that has nothing to do with any assassination at all. Y'all remember Phil Lyman? Y'all remember that guy? She went out trying to find his mother and then got upset because he was mad at her for doxing him and going after his mother. And that man looks like he's at least 50 years old. Candace, you're still being sued for defamation. You know, more mean girl shit you doing. Claiming someone was born a man and that they'll die a man regardless of the fact that it affects her children and her grandchildren. And you have no scientific evidence to prove that. I don't care how Brigitte looks to anyone. Scientific evidence can prove gender. That's a matter of biology and human anatomy. Once again, no evidence.
Just be snipey and petty. Stop using the Bible as a shield for what you're doing, okay? That woman accurately called you out. I don't know her. Thank you for saying it's very obvious what you're doing.
Exactly.
To come back and say, I'm so sorry that you don't like the Bible. I'm so sorry that you don't like the Bible. She is like Salve Regina George, right? Like Mean Girls was fine because we all knew Regina George was mean and she was like proud of that. Allie Beth Stuckey does the same like tactic of attacking people, sniping them. And then she's like, I'm sorry you don't like the Bible. I actually do like the Bible. You know, I haven't made Christianity my brand because I'm a Catholic and I don't believe.
Don't use caps in my chat. You have no science to prove it. Where is it? You're loud and wrong. Why are you using all caps? That's yelling. And you have no science. She has not presented any science. You know, any diagnostic test results. You might need to look up the definition of diagnostic or science. But don't use all caps in my chat. Once again, the Candace cult members and the bots are incapable of just having rational thought.
That women can be priests and should be playing the part of pastors. I believe that if I have a question about the Bible, I should go to my priest, not to Allie Beth Stuckey on Instagram. But what I can say to you is that a main takeaway
you don't need to yell.
Is the truth.
Like
you should commit yourself to the truth. And Allie Beth Stuckey has gone through great pains to cover up for people that are lying. Okay. No one worse than Josh Hammer. Okay. Josh Hammer explicitly lied about Charlie's state of mind. He went on multiple podcasts. He called me a liar. He never blinked on Israel. If I did not release that text message, that would have been the narrative. If you are a Christian and you purport to have been a good friend to Charlie, that's low-hanging fruit to say what Josh Hammer did here was wrong. Okay. She says she's a good friend to Charlie, but when similarly I came out and said a thing about the Catholic faith, if you were a good friend, wouldn't you have said, you know what, Alex Clark, that whole little episode saying Charlie only liked architecture for what it's worth, it wasn't true. You wouldn't be running PR for her. If you were a friend to Charlie and you were committed to truth, then when Ben Shapiro lied and said that he never had any issues with Charlie, and I said that's not true, it's very, very much not true, why is your reaction every time that I expose the lie to attack me?
Wait, what? What does this have to do with Ben Shapiro didn't pull the trigger, Candace? He didn't shoot Charlie Kirk. What are you bringing all this up for? Facts don't care about your feelings, alien.
committed
Can't
to
make this up.
truth than
Phone
when
home.
Ben Shapiro lied and said that he never had any issues with Charlie. And I
Eric,
said
get
that's
off our
not
planet.
true. It's very, very much not true. Why is your reaction every time that I expose a lie to attack me? That's what she does. I'm going to show you a clip. All of these people have been
Why
caught in
does she
verifiable
abuse the
lies.
word attack
And
and
let's be
hate?
clear.
Why does she in this coat abuse the words attack and hate? You know they can't define those terms either. Abuse, 2-syllable word. Abuse and hate is a 1-syllable word. And they still refuse to look up the definition. It's got to be, it is the highest level of buffoonery ever.
They attacked me first. I never came out
They attacked
and
me
attacked
first.
these people. I just said, oh, the Catholic thing was cool. And I was hoping for that. Or, as
Candace,
Ben came
why
out
you
and said that he
crying
was
about this?
good with Charlie or whatever and was doing a show. That's not true. That actually is not true.
Y'all see her stuttering? Candace, you're off script. Why are you whining and crying about this stuff that's irrelevant? Ben Shapiro didn't shoot Charlie Kirk. What does this have to do with anything with that?
And all these people just attacked me for saying, oh, he had some issues with Israel in the end.
Do I need to
Watch
look up the
Allie, how
definition of what
manipulative it is that she is going to defend those characters who are lying and say that it's problematic that I am telling the truth after I've been lied on. Look at this clip.
She's released a bunch of texts about Ben between her and between Charlie.
Candace is literally recycling this stuff. Candace, you've already gone over this. Tell us who the shooter is.
And, basically saying that they didn't like Ben very much back in the day, 7 years ago. And I just will say, yeah, I would hate someone to after I died to reveal texts like that, between us, because those texts didn't make Ben look bad. They made Charlie look bad. They made Charlie look bad.
So manipulative.
That's
She's
your
so
friend.
manipulative.
That's your friend, man. And that makes him look petty. And I'm just not.
Candace manipulates and misleads every day, all day. Where's the text message you sent to the FBI agent again? I would love for a cult member to just push her on that. And Erica told her to stop, and she refuses to do it. Not stop lying, stop. But Candace wants to gaslight people into a lie that somehow she believes exists on, another planet. Because she's an alien and all.
Sure, what
Everything's
that
flipping,
revelation really accomplishes. She's also criticized Lila Rose heavily, and she's kind of questioned Lila's military connections, I guess because her husband is a veteran. She has questioned Alex Clark and Alex's decision to talk to the Wall Street Journal a week after Charlie was murdered, and Candace claimed that it would make her feel icky to speak to the media 1 week after Charlie's death. She did do a CNN interview a couple weeks after Charlie died, though. And I just want to say, I know Alex and Lila really well. I know Seth. I've known Ben over the years. I know Josh. And everything I know about these people is that they are kind and genuine people. And I don't believe that they deserve at all to be implicated in this way.
I don't believe that they deserve to be called out when they're lying. I think it's fine that they attacked her. I think it's fine that they lied on her. The ugly thing is when Candace stands up for herself and brings receipts. So she demands evidence.
Yeah, Candace is big mad. Bigly mad. Gary, you a bigly mad. You big mad. You can't make this stuff up. So you're asking, what does the FBI give you once you file a formal complaint? They give you a confirmation that the complaint has been submitted online, because that is how that works. There's no official email. And you can go on the FBI website and look this up, FBI.gov. It'll take you through some links to help you file a formal complaint to the FBI. And at the end, once you've submitted it, it gives you confirmation it's been submitted. And then it generates an email of a confirmation that your complaint has been submitted online to the FBI. So she will get the confirmation on the website and an email confirmation from the FBI. Why won't she just file the formal complaint? Once again, the candy ass cult members refuse to answer that very simple question. Tell her to file a formal complaint. You guys are sitting here kissing her ass while a pre-scripted, pre-recorded video is premiering, and none of you can seem to ask her, when are you going to file a formal complaint to the FBI on this alleged assassination attempt? Is it a matter of just sheer stupidity or laziness, or a combination of both? None of the cult members will ask her, when are you going to file this formal complaint to the FBI? Because she can post the confirmation up. It doesn't give out any personal identifiable information at all. But she won't even do that. Because, Candace, you would have to make these statements under the penalty of perjury. All right, come on, Bride of Chucky. Bring this to a close, girl.
Demands evidence. There's no evidence. I present the evidence. And then she says, you know what? Showing that text message from 7 years ago to prove that while Charlie was coming up, which is what I said, that's why it had to be from 7 years ago. Obviously, that's the crime. That doesn't make Charlie look good. You telling the truth and not allowing a bunch of people to grift after he dies by pretending they were friends with him and had no issues. People that literally tried to stop him from coming who he became. Allowing Alex to just lie about where he was while you purport to be a friend of Charlie. You mysteriously didn't know about the mass stuff, the Catholic conversation. The issue is me telling the truth. That's what she's saying. And in every episode, and she's done many, she always uses the Bible. Okay? She uses the Bible. So how could you question it? Do you not like the Bible? I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you don't like the Bible. Should I do that every episode? Should I say, I'm sorry if you don't like the Bible? I'm the Bible.
You can't make this up.
I just want to say, even these people that are lying, right? Well, the Bible says that I don't think it's fair for you to call out my friends when they're lying. That is naked tribalism to the Judeo-Christian cause. That is what she cares about.
When is the Israeli Prime Minister going to send me this $7,000 an hour? I feel like I was promised this from the cult. Can y'all tell him to hurry up? Can y'all please tell the Israeli Prime Minister, send a notification to Israel saying, can y'all please hurry up and send Lady Luck Club the $7,000 an hour? We keep telling her she's going to get. Can't make this up. Asking me about payments I haven't received is a moot point. It's a moot question. Yes, you can file an FBI complaint anonymously, but why would Candace do that? She's already put it out there that she sent a text message. Why won't she file it formally online? Once again, you're asking a question that has nothing to do with why will Candace just not file a formal complaint to the FBI? And why isn't the cult members and the bots flooding her chat asking her to do that? You asking questions still have nothing to do directly with what I'm asking. We don't deter, deflect, dip, and dodge and duck over here. Answer the question directly. When is the candy-ass cult members going to tell Candace to file a formal complaint to the FBI and post the confirmation? Post it up. Post the text message up. Simple. Simple concepts, because common sense.
She is a Zionist and she will defend people who are Zionists even when they're caught lying, and that is not friendship. That is dishonesty.
Candace, tell us who the shooter is.
Like I said, you should be ashamed of yourself
Candace, you should be ashamed that you've been at this for 4 months and you can't tell us who the shooter is. Tell us who the shooter is. Why do you keep asking everyone else who shot Charlie Kirk? You tell us. To the candy-ass cult members, tell your cult leader, it's been 4 months. Tell us who the shooter is. Everyone is itching to know. Like the recurring yeast infections you keep catching, Candace. You can't make this stuff up.
Quote scripture, use scripture, manipulate well-meaning Christians to believe that it should be their Christian position to not call out lies, to not fight lies, to just allow them to happen. I don't like that at all.
Jesus don't like hypocrites, Candace.
Like I said, I have special contempt for the people who come in the name of the Lord when they manipulate. That's worse than
wow. While she sits here and says, God told me, that I'm doing the right thing. I feel God in this. God is like, leave me out your nonsense. You'll be sitting here lying. God don't like hypocrites, by the way. He detests hypocrisy. You either hot or cold. Candace, post the FBI text message you sent over to this high-ranking FBI agent.
Just hate it. You can hate me for free. You don't got to hold the Bible when you do it. Take a quick.
No one is trying to hate you. We want evidence from you. We want you to tell us who the shooter is. It's been 4 months.
Break, and I will get to some of your questions. All right, I tell you that me and my team love Paleo-based restoration. I just don't. And you're allowed to disagree with Erica. You are. And that's fine. She's allowed to think what she thinks, and you're allowed to think what you think. That's what I want you guys to know. Don't allow this.
Yeah, but thinking and actually making allegations or, purporting them to be facts requires evidence. Evidence, Candace. Tell us who the shooter is, girl.
Strategy to stop you from standing by your convictions. Butterfly writes, Candace, you mentioned several times that if Erica asked you to stop, you would, in fact, stop. Will you honor her request? Please stand by your word and honor what Charlie left behind. Prayers to you. I was very
who
clear
sent her
here.
that comment? Oh, look at God. What he do it? She finally read something that doesn't just kiss her butt.
Think
Go
what
back.
you think. That's what I want you guys to know. Don't allow this strategy to stop you from standing by your convictions. Butterfly writes, Candace, you mentioned several times that if Erica asked you to stop, you would, in fact, stop. Will you honor her request? Please stand by your word and honor what Charlie left behind. Prayers to you. I was very clear here. Erica asked me to stop lying, and I will immediately.
No, she said, please stop. Once again, misleading, and being deceptive is lying, Candace. You want people to prove to you you're lying. I put up the definition and the terms that are synonymous with lying. This is completely deceptive. She did not say to stop lying. She said, please stop. And you yourself said, she is the only one other than Boys Club that has the power and capacity to tell you to be quiet, shut up, and to stop. She said, please stop. She gave you 1 out of 3. Do you need all 3? Maybe all 3 needs to be said. Maybe she needs to tell you, please stop, shut up, and be quiet. That came out of your mouth, Candace. So you're misleading the public by saying she told you to please stop lying. This is deceptive, and this is a lie. It's just a flat out lie because she didn't even say please stop lying. She said please stop based on what you said. You changed something up after the fact doesn't mean that you were being truthful about it. It means you're trying to cover up tracks and give some sort of gaslighting excuse. Facts don't care about your feelings, Candace. Tell us who the shooter is, girl.
By that request. Candace is lying. What do you want to say? Please stop. Please stop lying. I understand. I comprehend. What I don't comprehend is what I've lied about. Have I made errors along the way? Yes. But as soon as she tells me what it is I've lied about, I will cease lying immediately. Further to that point, this person writes, the pro-Fed slop comments come in 2 flavors. 1, you said you would stop if she asked, so stop. 2, she's jealous of Erica marrying Charlie. We see through this PR, keep pushing Candace. That's another thing that I want to say.
Candace is the one that brought that up. No one told Candace to say the only 2 people that can get me to stop is George, Boys Club, and Erica Kirk. Candace said that. Candace, you said that. No one told you to say that. No one told you to say the only person that can get me to stop has the power to get me to stop or the capacity to get me to stop is Erica Kirk. You said that, Candace. No one forced you to do it. No one was holding a gun to your head. No one coerced or bribed you to say it. You said that on your own free will. Now you don't want to own up to words that you're speaking. Candace, you making moves like an alien, girl.
It's very obvious to me that was part of the dress.
Is the rest of this going to be, comments where they just kissing her ass here? How's this going to go? Candace, because I could literally read these same comments in my chat right now. I don't need to hear you read comments that's going to flatter you when they come over to my video and do the same thing. This is weird.
Rehearsal, right? Here's what you're going to do. You're going to say, stop, look into the camera and say, stop. And then we are going to have all of these paid influencers be like, look, Candace said she was, where's the stopping? And now we got all these.
So you just admitted she said stop. Candace, you just contradicted yourself. You just admitted that she said stop. You're not even continuing on with the lie. You just admitted she looked in the camera and said stop. You didn't say she said stop lying. So you literally just contradicted yourself, which is another term for lying.
She's jealous of Erica marrying Charlie. We see through this PR, keep pushing Candace. That's another thing that I want to say. It's very obvious to me That was part of like the dress rehearsal, right? Here's what you're going to do. You're going to say, stop, look into the camera. And
Yeah, you see, you're going to say stop, not stop lying. Because she wants to play word games and semantics. Candace, when you crash land on Earth and then you come to North America, the United States of America, and you profess to have mastered the English language, this is what words matter. You're not even being consistent with this so-called stop lying thing. She obviously she forgot to finish the phrase, I guess.
say stop. And then we are going to have all of these paid influencers like, look, Candace said she was, where's it stopping? And I've got all these bots saying it online. Again, it's
you're admitting there's bots. Look at that. Yeah, oh man. Look at this. She's admitting there are bots. You got all these bots. Candace, you got so many bots in my chat right now. It's not even funny. I'm just letting them let it loose. They all bigly mad, throwing tantrums and stuff. Bots don't have feelings or anything. I don't really care what they think. I don't care about the cult members' feelings and thoughts either, because they don't have any evidence and they won't tell you to tell us who the shooter is. Oh, and to file a formal complaint to the FBI. Post the confirmation up. Who's the shooter? They don't believe it's Tyler Robinson. Tell us who the shooter is. Give us a name so we can go get the bad guy and put him in jail. Tell us the name, Candace.
Obvious to everyone what this is. So why do you guys keep doing it? Like, was there a test that was done?
Free speech.
And you did see that it would take X amount of influencers to say the same thing, and before someone broke. What's the purpose of this? It could not be more obvious. It's because you're doing too much. It's just like during COVID. You were just doing too much with the vaccines, right? Soon we're going to get that by.
No, they're doing too much with vaccines. But Candace, who is the shooter? Who's the shooter? To the candy ass cult members, tell us who the shooter is. Show us the evidence of the shooter. You don't want to believe it's Tyler Robinson? I'm not here to convince cult members of anything, by the way. I've made this clear. This is why I give a disclaimer at the beginning of my live stream. Candy ass cult members and bots come in and enter my chat at their own peril. I already said I don't care how you feel or what you think. But show evidence of who this shooter is. No one's trying to convince you people of anything. We're not doing that. You won't read simple words and definitions of terms. We're not trying to convince you all of anything. She's the one bringing forth the allegation. But after 4 months of this, why won't you all demand that she tells you all, because only she only talks to her cult. Why don't you all demand that she tells you all who the shooter is, since you don't want to believe it's Tyler Robinson? You don't have to trust the feds. Why is she expecting the feds to tell her anything if she doesn't trust them? That means nothing they give her will be sufficient. So whatever. Tell us who the shooter is. It's been 4 months.
By the way, the last thing we need, now that we've done the emotional, you're going to kill grandma. And why don't you care about grandma? Do you want grandma? Do you want grandma and grandpas to die?
Talking about COVID.
We are soon going to be offered stuff to stop talking about it.
Give us the name of the shooter.
They give out coupons. If you get the vaccine, free Popeyes.
How do we care about this vaccine thing?
Don't go back. Free Popeyes. Who's lining up? Okay, we'll give you 50% off of McDonald's if you vax up. Okay, if you don't go max, that's what you're gonna get. That seems to be the next. They got to give us a financial incentive.
Our code is also a problem.
Think that everything was above bar. It's so above bar, they won't do even the most basic things that they could really try to convince us.
Candace,
speaking
tell us who the
of
shooter is.
discounts.
Okay, I'm done. Candace won't tell us who the shooter is. And it's just as ridiculous. She's bigly mad, throwing a tantrum. She said nothing, but a combination of all the things she's already said. I guess by next week she'll be back at the hospital thing in the autopsy report, like I said she would be. She already touched on that this week. I called it when I said she was going to repeat the Egyptian plane thing. And at some point, all the stuff about the video she's showing of the, people firing guns at pigs' feet and all this other stuff. It's going to circle back to the autopsy report, the hospital, It's just gonna she's gonna repeat that narrative. This is after she's done being mad at Erica Kirk doing an interview on Saturday, and of course the debunking session on Monday, to which she has still failed to just go out and do an in-person appearance and face Erica Kirk. And it's laughable to think that Erica Kirk does not want the smoke when she's the one that approved the invite. Candace saying here talking about, oh, Boys Club told me I can't go. None of the cult members are sitting here telling George, don't be a coward, man. Let your wife go out there to Phoenix. Why are you telling her no? She didn't even say why he said no, other than him having people come in international from other countries. She was like, oh, he instantly denied it and said no. You can't make this up. Candace, you could go out there and do an in-person appearance and then live stream from your own camera. Take them with you. This is insane. They come up with all these excuses as to why she refuses to file a formal complaint to the FBI, produce evidence of these payments from Club DESIST for some assassination hit. Give us the names of this female French assassin, the male Israeli operative. Give us the name of that high-ranking French government employee. I know this stuff goes over the bots and the cult members' heads, but this is stuff they could be asking her. They don't do that. And they want to make excuses for George telling her no. You don't have to make an excuse as to why she's not going out to Phoenix in person when she herself already said, George said no, so I can't go. So why make any other excuse? Because that's not using common sense. Common sense would say, just repeat what she said. She said, George said no. The High Court of George Farmer cannot be convinced to allow her to take a flight to go be in person to try to ask questions and debunk TPUSA. George said no to that. But she can't tell anybody why she was forced out of TPUSA in 2019 or why he left Turning Point UK. You can't make this up. Candace, why were you forced to resign? You can Yo, we got some mommy.
All right, you guys.
We all need a laugh. I'm so glad he did a new video because you can't make this stuff up. They refuse to challenge her on just common sense and logical things, basic common sense, logic. They still sit here and say everything but, fine, we'll tell Candace to file an formal FBI complaint and post up the confirmation and, get her to tell us who the shooter is because it's been since September 10th and she still can't tell us who the shooter is. Don't believe it's Tyler Robinson. Personally, I don't care if they believe it or not. Tell us who the shooter is. That's Candace MO, right? That's what she was supposed to be doing. Getting down to the bottom of this research and stuff. I'm not going to say investigation because she impersonates that enough. She's supposed to be telling us the shooter. Give us a name and post a photo. Give us a name and post a photo of the shooter. Turning Point need to sue her. All right, y'all, let's get to Ami. Shout out to Ami. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. This is something else. This is Candace 24/7. The cult members come in here and they say everything but what's logic and common sense. They copy and paste the same old thing. It's just, man, the lack of creativity. I'm so disappointed. The most dull cult ever. Won't even be creative a little bit. You can't make this up. It's the video link for Ami. Y'all go check him out. Great content. He is absolutely funny. And we're going to always put, him and Milk Bar TV. I would love to interview Ami. That would be fantastic to interview Ami Kozak. But make sure you guys go check him out. If I can get a mod to drop his YouTube channel link in the chat along with Milk Bar TV YouTube channel links so that, maybe the bots can go there and drive up their engagement. can't make this up. Oh, shout out to the cult members and the bots. First of all, shout out to my mods, to the Luxers, to the supporters, to the members. I want to say thank you all for supporting me here in the LLC. We're almost at 30,000 subs. And it's a blessing. Because I understand that it does not profit me to gain the whole world and lose my soul. And then sit here and make a bunch of false and deceptive, misleading allegations and purport it to be facts when Candace Owens still can't tell us who the shooter is. It's not worth it. Hell is still hot. I heard hell is hot. Candace, no one wants you to go find out the hard way, but girl, please. All right, let's get to it. Put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear Ami. Let's get to laughing.
Guys, I just finished a crazy story that's hard to believe. We're going to talk about that. We're going to discuss that. The Harry Potter series. Something didn't feel right. It just didn't sit right with me. Something just didn't sit right with me. I don't know. It felt demonic. It felt off. And when I feel something's off, I'm right. I know I'm right because I feel right, and I am right when I feel right. And we're going to discuss what's wrong with this story. And as we looked deeper into this, the results will shock you. Okay? Story begins.
This is what I mean. This right here. Ex-felon audit. Why is your username ex-felon? Dear Lord. Why is my following not as great as hers? So you're confirming that she's doing this for views, likes, subs, and money. I mean, that's what you're doing. I don't have to be conspiratorial. I choose not to engage in that. I don't believe in conspiracy theories. I believe in facts and evidence. Because, Candace already said she's an alien. You're confirming she's doing this for views, likes, subs, and money by asking about my subscribers numbers versus hers. I don't have to sit here and lie to boost up anything. People love garbage. Candace talks about watching Real Housewives, reality show where no one is married. Because that's what she is. She's a gossip columnist. She's not a journalist. She's not an investigator. She doesn't have the license or credentials to be an investigator. But you're confirming when you copy and paste the same comments, you're just confirming she is doing this as a PR stunt. This is about views, likes, subs, clicks, money for her. That's it. I even said, why not just go out to Phoenix? And if she see, because she sees this as a PR stunt, then go out there in person. It'll definitely be a good PR stunt. She got this invite. She said George said no. Tell us who the shooter is. Can y'all get Candace to tell us who the shooter is? We just want the name and photo of the shooter. That's it. It's that simple. Tell us who the shooter is. It's been 4 months. Tell us who the shooter is, Candace.
With boy Harry Potter, who's just a child, being coerced by older men to attend a school. School is called
Grindelwald.
Hogwarts. It's an interesting name, Hogwarts. I don't know if that's some kind of STD referring to Brigitte Macron. I don't know. It could be something about Brigitte Macron's Hogwarts. There could be something there. I don't know, but it's interesting. I just find that interesting. They begin to teach magic, spells. Something about this is clearly demonic. Come to find out as you dig deeper, and I'm not going to bury this story. Come to find out the author of this book, J.K. Rowling, has made millions, if not billions of dollars, okay? Obviously, there's something going on here. There's money involved. There's power involved. There's control. Now, in this demonic school, Hogwarts, there's different houses, okay? Apparently, there's just different houses that they divide and traffic all these kids into. I mean, this is trafficking. It's clearly trafficking. Each house has a name, and we're going to tell you those names now. We're not going to bury the story. We will name names, and I will name names. I'm not afraid to do that. I'm not afraid to do that because I want the truth. The houses are called Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, which is clearly drug related. Hufflepuff. They're obviously drugging these children. Ravenclaw and Slytherin. I don't know. We'll see. But I just can't help but feel that something about this is military. Fast forward into the story. The main character, Harry, wears an invisibility cloak And if you look at it, it's maroon. And everything around him is maroon.
That's
I just
good.
can't help but think this school, STDs, drugs, trafficking, the room is maroon, the chair is maroon. It all just feels military. You guys, they think we're stupid. They think we're stupid. They think we're crazy. It's so obviously military. It's so obvious. It's so obvious. This Hogwarts school is clearly a military academy run by the military with various houses where they traffic in children to teach them classes that are demonic, okay? One of the books is called The Half-Blood Prince. They're obsessed with blood. They're obsessed with supremacy. It's clearly demonic. It's wizards and witches. They exist.
I knew it.
I had a dream about them, and they exist. Looking at all this, just something doesn't add up. Something doesn't add up. You dig deeper, and you come to find out that in one of the classrooms at Hogwarts, they found 12 Israeli cell phones, okay? I don't know. Something doesn't feel right. Something doesn't feel right. And where were these wands made? I assume they were made.
Candace didn't even recycle that theory yet. She hasn't said anything about these phones in weeks. You can't make this up.
Made by Mossad. Did Voldemort have a pager? Oh, I'm sorry, we can't say his name. Why can't we say his name? Why can't we say his name? I'm not going to silence myself. I'm not going to censor myself. You cannot control my speech. But we're not supposed to say it. We're not supposed to say Voldemort. Was he a Frankist? Was he a Zionist?
Oh,
I don't know. The same actor who played Voldemort in the films about Harry Potter was also in a movie called Schindler's List. Incidentally, he was also the villain. Why would they do that? Why would they do that? All right, guys, tune in next week when we cover another bombshell story, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, with special guest Milo Yiannopoulos. And I will not stop talking about this. I will not stop unless Harry Potter himself.
Wait a minute.
I don't know. The same actor who played Voldemort in the films about Harry Potter was also in a movie called Schindler's List. Incidentally, he was also the villain. Why would they do that? Why would they do that? All right, guys, tune in next week when we cover another bombshell story, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, with special guest Milo Yiannopoulos. And I will not stop talking about this. I will not stop unless Harry Potter himself tells me to stop. Candace, can you please stop? No.
I say no, but
Yeah.
All right, you guys, I just finished
Yeah.
Yiannopoulos. And I will not stop talking about this. I will not stop unless Harry Potter himself tells me to stop. Candace, can you please stop? No.
Yeah, came free. Oh, it's gracious. Oh man. The funniest thing about this is that he brilliantly adds in all these conspiracy theories. It tells a whole story. It's so funny. Candace, Voldemort wants you to shut up. Oh my good God. If anybody sights Candace flying around on a magical broom, please report that to the authorities. I don't think it's right to see any sightings of Candace Owens or any of her cult members flying around on brooms that sneeze and cough and talk. Okay? She already said she's an alien. So something like that happening, I wouldn't put it past her. So if you see Candace Owens flying around on a magical broom, you might want to call your local authorities. I don't care what state you live in. You can make this up. Candace, ET phone home. You can make Oh, dear Lord, man. It's too funny. Oh, that was oh, this is Ami Kozak. Y'all make sure you go check him out on his YouTube channel. Oh, dear Lord. Oh man, you just can't make this sound. Oh, now I'm gonna want to put up a thumbnail with Candace Owens riding a broom at Hogwarts. That's gonna be my thumbnail. Candace Owens on a broom at Hogwarts. Oh, Jesus. This was fun. Oh, man. Candace, you know that's not normal in the state of Tennessee for you to be flying around in our U.S. airspace and you turn your transponder off on that broom and you go flying around talking about, I'm just spreading the pixie dust around. We're just spreading the pixie dust, people. That's okay. It's all good. We're calling the authorities on you. Occupying our airspace to fly around on a magical broom. You can't make this up. I mean, oh, Lord have mercy. Jesus, this is too funny. That was good. Oh my God. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Hit the like button. That was good. Ami is hilarious. He is absolutely hilarious. Let me get the supers in right quick before we go. Who child? Oh man. Candace is bigly mad. She just threw a whole tantrum for an hour saying the same old stuff she said already. He won't tell us who the shooter is. You can't make this up. Oh, good God. Shout out to March for the $10 super. I appreciate you. I also tagged flagged the links for the information regarding the ballistics, because we looked up a lot of stuff today. The link for the jury process, the jury selection process on uscourts.gov. Shout out to Grim Princess for Grim M Princess for the $20 super. Has Candace filed an official report to the police or feds about the Macron's team of SEAL 6 Buckhead assassin yet? The answer is no, because she would have posted that. Y'all, you got to watch out for that maroon beret elite squad with that one male Israeli operative in it. It's something else. It's a sight to behold. Now you got Hogwarts in here. They up there doing all types of magic, wands and brooms. You can't make this stuff. Candace already said she's an alien. Candace, you're just giving us material, girl. She giving us material for days. What she said, I am an alien. I was like, oh, okay, well, that confirmed that. Candace, we know you're an alien. We just want you to tell us who the shooter is. It's not that hard. It's just not that hard at this point. Or at least it should be. After 4 months, Candace, it should not be hard for you to tell us the name of the shooter and post a photo up so we can go get the bad guy. We want to lock up the bad guy, girl. Can make this up. Shout out to you, Grip. Thank you so much for that $20 super. And another website link posted in here for Ami's video. Make sure y'all go check him out and support him. Hilarious. We also looked up the definition of the word lying and some synonyms. We learned a lot today. So thank y'all so much for tuning in. I am going to go live again. Technically it's Friday where I am. So I'm going to go live again. I appreciate all of you all. This is hilarious. This is hilarious. Thank you all so much. Oh no, Kurt, you can go. It's the same Kurt that threatened me. They still mad. The candy ass cult members in the bots so bigly mad. The bots are just working overtime at this point. Why are you all mad? You have no souls or anything. Why show emotions? You can make this up. Candace, facts don't care about your feelings, girl. No one cares. Oh man, it's funny. Good stuff. Thank y'all so much. Hope everybody's all right. And I'll see you all tomorrow in the next live stream. So tune in. It's hard for me to schedule in advance, but here you go. So until the next one, Lady Luck Club out. Deuces.